I'm Neil Armstrong, commander of the Apollo 11 mission.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I'm working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics on the Evolution of Flight campaign. This campaign marks the 100th anniversary of flight and lays the groundwork for the next 100 years of innovation in aviation and space technology. The IAA and NASA Connect are excited to give you the opportunity to learn about the aircraft design process. You'll see a really cool experimental aircraft. You'll observe NASA engineers and researchers using math, science, and technology to solve their problems. In your classroom, you'll test and improve wing designs. In our instructional technology activity, you will become an employee of Plane Math Enterprises to design and test aircraft using a computer. So stay tuned as host Dan Giroux takes you on another exciting episode of NASA Connect.
Hi, welcome to NASA Connect, the show that connects you to math, science, technology, and NASA. I'm Dan Giroux, and today I'm at the National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. Over my shoulder is the Wright Flyer. This is the first manned airplane to fly under its own power. It was built by the Wright brothers. This is the Bell X-1, the first plane to break the sound barrier. Notice how sleek its shape is. And this is the X-15. It's the first airplane to fly into space. Notice how closely shaped it is to a rocket. There are tons of planes here. Let's take a look. Now, before we continue our show, there are a few things you and your teacher need to know. First, teachers, make sure you have the lesson guide for today's program. It can be downloaded from our NASA Connect website. In it, you'll find a great math-based, hands-on activity and a description of our instructional technology components. Kids, you'll want to keep your eyes on Norbert, because every time he appears with questions like this, have your cue cards from the lesson guide and your brain ready to answer the questions he gives you. Oh, and teachers, if you're watching a taped version of this program, every time you see Norbert with a remote, that's your cue to pause the videotape and discuss the cue card questions. Today's show is about the future of flight. But before we talk about the future, what is commercial flight like today? And what current technologies are being used by pilots?
Hi, I'm Connie Tobias, and I'm a pilot with U.S. Airways. This modern Airbus aircraft gives us the tools we need to navigate safely and efficiently through today's complex air traffic control system. The Airbus aircraft has an array of computer screens that give the pilot information about performance, navigation, weather, and the location of other aircraft in our airspace. About 10 years from now, over 3 million people will be flying every day. That's about 1 million more than today. Updated computer technology and faster aircraft will be needed to deal with this increase and to reduce the travel time between destinations.
Thanks, Connie. Now that we know what pilots have to keep in their minds with today's aircraft, let's consider the future of flight. Have you ever wondered what the airplanes of tomorrow will look like, or how fast they will travel? Will tomorrow's planes travel into space or beyond? On today's show, we're going to learn how NASA researchers and engineers are using geometry and algebra to design, develop, and test future experimental airplanes.
What is an experimental plane?
Experimental planes, or X-planes, are tools of exploration that come in many shapes and sizes. They fly with jet engines, rocket engines, or with no engines at all. which means NASA flies not only the fastest airplanes, but the slowest as well. Some planes are too small for a pilot, and some are as large as an airliner. The research conducted on experimental aircraft today gives us a glimpse into the future. NASA is developing one of the fastest experimental X-planes ever. It's called the HyperX.
What is the HyperX?
The HyperX research vehicle is an experimental plane that uses this really cool engine technology called the scramjet.
Go for main engine.
Unlike rockets, such as the space shuttle main engines, which must carry both fuel and oxygen, the scramjet will only carry hydrogen fuel. It will take in oxygen out of the thin upper atmosphere as it travels along. We call this kind of engine an air breather, and it will allow the HyperX to fly at incredible speeds. In fact, the HyperX will fly at about 3,020 meters per second, which is about 6,750 miles per hour, or Mach 10.
What does Mach number mean?
Mach number represents how many times the speed of sound a vehicle is traveling. For example, Mach 1 equals the speed of sound, which is approximately 302 meters per second, or 675 miles per hour, at an altitude of 100,000 feet, which is the test altitude for the HyperX. Mach 2, which is twice the speed of sound, would approximately be 604 meters per second, or 1,350 miles per hour, at an altitude of 100,000 feet. Mach number are used by NASA researchers to describe the speed at which a plane is flying. Let's use algebra to show how to calculate the Mach number of the HyperX, flying at 3,020 meters per second, or 6,750 miles per hour. This algebraic equation shows that the Mach number equals the speed of the plane divided by the speed of the sound in the air, where m is the Mach number. V is equal to the speed of the plane, and a is equal to the speed of sound in the air. If the speed of the plane is 3,020 meters per second, and the speed of sound at 100,000 feet is 302 meters per second, then what is the Mach number? That's right. 3,020 meters per second is about Mach 10, or 10 times the speed of sound. We'll learn more about Mach numbers later in the show. But first, let me tell you about the HyperX. The HyperX is designed as a flying engine, which means the airplane and the engine are one unit. The unique shape of the airplane develops the lift necessary to keep the plane up in the air, so it doesn't need wings to produce lift. The entire undersurface of the airplane is designed to act as part of the engine. In order to test the scramjet engine, the HyperX is launched by NASA's B-52 and boosted by a rocket to its testing altitude. It will then separate from the rocket, and the scramjet engine begin its test flight. So, have you ever wondered what goes into designing an experimental plane, such as the HyperX? I know I have. I'm here at NASA Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia, to talk to Dr. Scott Hum.
What are the steps in designing an aircraft?
How does the mission requirements of an aircraft determine its shape?
Why are wind tunnels important in testing aircraft designs? Why?
Hi, Dan.
Hey.
HyperX is definitely a very exciting program. In my job, I use wind tunnels to determine the flying characteristics of a variety of different vehicles that fly many times faster than the speed of sound, like the HyperX. Here, the exciting part of the HyperX program is that it's truly pioneering. That means no one's ever done it before, so we have to blaze the trail.
NASA sure has blazed many trails. How do they do it?
The first thing you have to do when blazing a trail is to determine a mission, or where you want to go. We develop a set of requirements for the vehicle, and then we begin a process of designing a vehicle to meet that mission. Have you ever been to an air show to see a bunch of different airplanes?
Yeah, some planes are short, some are long and slender, some fly slow, and some fly fast.
You're right. They look and perform differently because they were designed to satisfy different missions. For the HyperX program, our mission is to have it fly very fast. We also want to be able to control it, and we want it to be able to propel itself. You see, NASA has many years of experience testing fundamental shapes to understand and document how those shapes, we call them geometries, respond to the airflow at various speeds. Let me show you. The Apollo capsules used to bring the astronauts back to Earth after their trips to the moon were designed as blunt bodies. This is because this particular shape has high drag, a force that slows an object down.
The blunt body creates the drag needed to deploy the drogue parachute, followed by the main parachutes. The force of drag then gently lowers the vehicle safely to the Earth.
NASA had to design a vehicle that would slow down to speeds where it was safe to deploy the parachute for landing in the ocean.
Okay, I get it. But what about other shapes?
Well, we know that slender shapes, like the Concorde, have less drag. A vehicle that has to propel itself, like the Concorde or the HyperX, has to have an engine with enough power to overcome the vehicle's drag. So if you were designing the HyperX to propel itself and fly really fast, would you want a blunt body or a slender body?
I'd want a slender body.
That's right. The HyperX is designed as a slender body because it has less drag for the engine to overcome. You're well on your way to becoming a conceptual designer, Dan.
I am? Sweet. So, once you've decided on a mission, what's next?
Detailed design. A conceptual designer makes decisions like the one you just made to find a geometry that will meet the mission requirements. The detailed designer uses tools such as CAD or computer-aided drafting to turn ideas into drawings. These drawings help us work out the details of how to design parts of the HyperX, like the engines, the control surfaces, the fuel tanks, and so forth. Once we have an initial design, we begin a process to improve it. We compare the design of the HyperX to other vehicles with similar characteristics. We may need to make changes to the geometry to improve the performance.
How do you know if you need to change the shape?
One way is conducting wind tunnel tests. You see, during the design and computer modeling stages, we extensively used our wind tunnels to quickly screen our HyperX designs. And then, the wind tunnel tests helped us to determine the best design and to understand how the vehicle will fly.
Okay, so what is a wind tunnel?
Wind tunnels are devices that allow us to move air over a scale model of a flight vehicle, like the HyperX. We use models instead of the real vehicle because they're smaller, less expensive, and easier to change if needed. This is NASA Langley's 31-inch Mach 10 wind tunnel. This tunnel can get the air moving up 10 times the speed of sound. Once we place the model of the HyperX in the wind tunnel, we make measurements to determine how the air interacts with the model. At the nose of the vehicle, the flow near the surface is very smooth. We call it laminar. But as the air moves down the length of the body, it changes and becomes turbulent. You can see this natural process by looking at the smoke after you blow out a candle. After you've blown out a candle, you'll notice that the smoke near the candle rises smoothly. That's laminar flow. But farther away from the candle, you'll notice it becomes rough and irregular. That's turbulent flow. Normally, we think of laminar flow when designing aerodynamic shapes. We want the air to flow smoothly around them. However, for the HyperX geometry, we require turbulent flow.
Why would you want turbulent flow on the HyperX?
In order for the scramjet engine to work properly. You see, turbulent airflow enhances the mixing of the air with the hydrogen fuel for better engine performance. Turbulent airflow is created by a device called a trip located underneath the belly of the HyperX. Using the wind tunnel, we tested several trips with different shapes or geometries to see which one worked best to change the airflow from laminar to turbulent. Our wind tunnel test determined that this triangular-shaped trip was the best design for creating turbulent flow for the scramjet engine on this vehicle.
How do you test the scramjet engine?
We have specialized wind tunnels capable of testing scramjets, but the ultimate proof of the HyperX is flight testing. That's the last phase in designing an aircraft. NASA conducts all of its flight tests on aircraft at the NASA Dryden Flight Research Center in Edwards, California.
Thanks, Scott. We'll visit NASA Dryden Flight Research Center later in the show. But first, join me in Dan's domain, where we'll use technology to prepare for today's math-based, hands-on activity. Welcome to my domain. In just a minute, we'll get to the hands-on activity, which will require that you use different shapes in designing airplanes. Before we do, let's take a look at Riverdeep Interactive Learning's Destination Math tutorial. It's available free to NASA Connect educators. You can get to it from the NASA Connect website. It's part of the Mastering Skills and Concepts 3 section of Destination Math. With this lesson, you'll explore the geometric and algebraic characteristics of basic shapes. Teachers, this is an excellent tutorial that can give your students information and assistance as they prepare to do the hands-on activity for the show. In this tutorial, Digit explores parallelograms, trapezoids, and right triangles while examining the flags of some of the countries in the United Nations. Many thanks to Riverdeep for providing NASA Connect with this exciting instructional technology enhancement to our show. Now, let's do an aircraft design activity which you can do in your classroom.
We're from Pulaski Middle School.
Here in Newbury, Connecticut.
NASA Connect has asked us to show you this show's hands-on activity.
Here are the main objectives.
You'll use algebra to calculate wing area and aspect ratio. You'll use a portable glider catapult to analyze wing geometry. You'll design, construct, and test an experimental wing. And you'll work in teams to solve problems related to wing design. The list of materials you'll need for this activity can be downloaded from the NASA Connect website. The class will be divided into groups of 4. Each group will use a portable glider catapult, or PGC, which your teacher made previous to this activity.
Good morning, boys and girls. This morning, NASA has designated this class as Aeronautical Engineers in Training. Your job is to test current wing designs based on distance traveled, glide, and speed observations. From your analysis of the data that you collect, you will have the task of designing and testing an experimental wing to achieve maximum distance traveled.
First, cut out the templates for the fuselage, wings, and horizontal stabilizers. Place the templates on the meat trays and trace around the templates. Cut out the shapes. Tape a piece of masking tape to the nose of the fuselage to prevent the nose of the fuselage from breaking. Students will calculate the wing area, the wing span, the root chord, the tip chord, and the average chord for each wing. The average chord can be calculated using this formula. Next, have students calculate the aspect ratio for each wing using the formula wingspan divided by average chord. Record all values onto the data chart. Prep the launch area by measuring 12 meters from the PGC. Mark the distance at 1 meter intervals. Place tables or desks of equal height to the launching line to elevate the portable glider catapult. Place a book with a height of approximately 5 centimeters under the front portion of the PGC. Select a wing shape to test. You will be testing 4 different shapes: delta, oblique, straight, and swept back. Attach a small binder clip to the aircraft to give it some weight in order to achieve maximum distance traveled. Position the aircraft on the PGC. Using a rubber band, pull the aircraft to the launch position. Then announce, "Clear the flight deck for aircraft catapult."
7 November, go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, launch! You will conduct 5 trials for each wing shape. Measure the distance traveled in centimeters and record the value onto the data chart. Record your observations on glide and speed ratings using the scales provided from the lesson guide. From the data collected, each group will design and construct their own experimental wing. Design your wing to fly farther than the original test wings.
Okay, now, how successful or unsuccessful was your experimental design? What were the factors? Rusamy.
Mine had a lower aspect ratio.
Acorn.
Mine had a better swept back wing.
Special thanks to the AIAA Connecticut section and the AIAA mentors who helped us with this activity.
Thanks. We had a great experience today. And we encourage teachers to visit our website to learn more about the AIAA mentorship program in your area.
Okay, we've learned how geometry is important in designing an experimental aircraft. We've also learned some steps in the aircraft design process. But there's still one more step to go. Scott mentioned earlier that the last stage in designing an aircraft is flight testing. Well, the lead center for flight testing is NASA Dryden Flight Research Center in Edwards, California. Let's take a look and see what they're doing with the HyperX.
How will the HyperX reach its test altitude?
How do the HyperX engineers collect their research information?
Why is algebra important in HyperX research?
Hi, I'm Lori Marshall. I'm a research engineer in the aerodynamics branch here at NASA's Dryden Flight Research Center. I'm one of the engineers responsible for getting the HyperX ready for flight. In order to do this, we perform tests on the vehicle to ensure that the instrumentation system will measure the necessary data.
We make sure that the control room is set up properly to record this data during flight. We also perform inspections of the HyperX during assembly and testing to ensure that the systems are operational and that no damage has occurred. You see, the HyperX is a thermal protection system, similar to the Space Shuttle. The exterior is covered with special tiles that allow it to withstand the high temperatures of high-speed flight. If any of the tiles were damaged, not only would the vehicle's structure be compromised, but the aerodynamic shape that we've tested during the design process could also be altered. and this could affect the flight.
How do they flight test the HyperX at such high speeds?
Great question.
The HyperX is a very small vehicle, about the size of 2 kayaks side by side. As Scott told you earlier, it will fly at about Mach 10. Now, because of its size, we only have enough fuel for use at the test conditions or when the HyperX reaches Mach 10.
How do you get HyperX to reach Mach 10?
The HyperX is attached to the nose of a rocket. The rocket is mounted under the wing of a B-52 jet. Let me explain what happens. The B-52 takes the HyperX, which is attached to the rocket, up to a preset altitude and speed, and releases it. Then, the rocket ignites and flies to an altitude of approximately 100,000 feet, traveling to the test conditions. Next, the HyperX separates from the rocket and the scramjet engine ignites. This is when the flight test begins. The HyperX generates over 600 measurements that are sent to the control room during the flight. These measurements allow the research engineers to determine the success of the flight. Each engineer can access their data on specially designed displays, which are also recorded for post-flight analysis.
How do they analyze all these data?
Well, we use several different methods, but algebra is the foundation for all of these. We use algebra throughout the design, flight testing, and post-flight analysis phases of the experiment. The Vehicle Stability and Control System is a good example of how algebra is used during flight testing. For example, take a seesaw. A seesaw consists of a board and a pivot point, or fulcrum. Suppose we have Norbert on one side of the seesaw and Zot on the other side. Here, the seesaw is not balanced.
How do you balance the seesaw?
Well, to balance the seesaw, the product of the weight and the horizontal distance on the left side of the pivot point must equal the product of the weight and the horizontal distance on the right side of the pivot point. By moving Norbert on the left side of the pivot point closer in, you can see the seesaw becomes balanced. In mathematical terms, the weight of Norbert times his horizontal distance to the pivot point is equal to the weight of Zot times his horizontal distance to the pivot point.
Now, in the case of the HyperX, the flight computer controls the wings and the tails to keep the vehicle flying and stable throughout the experiment. If not for these calculations, we wouldn't be able to fly and get the necessary data.
How do you flight test the HyperX?
As a matter of fact, we did. Unfortunately, like many experiments, this one didn't go as planned, and the HyperX never made it to the test conditions. Sometimes, when performing experiments, unforeseen events can occur.
However, we were able to receive data from the HyperX before the test was terminated. We will use this data to successfully flight test the HyperX again and achieve our mission of testing scramjet technology.
Wow, if the HyperX program is so successful, how will it affect the future of flight?
Well, let's see. Recently, I flew from NASA Langley in Virginia to NASA Dryden here in California. It took about 5 hours. If commercial aircraft were using the same technology used on the HyperX, my flight time would have been reduced to 30 minutes.
If you ever plan to go into space, the same technology would allow for larger cargo capacity, so space travel would cost less. This technology would also allow for reusable vehicles at a much lower cost. This means we could see more launches and more exploration of space.
Thanks, Lori. For the next couple of minutes, we're going to take a look at a website that will reinforce this show's hands-on activity you just saw. It's called Plain Math, and it's produced by InfoUse in cooperation with NASA. We're going to the Museum of Flight in Seattle, Washington, where students from TT Minor Elementary School will help us show you what the Plain Math website looks like. From Dan's domain on the NASA Connect website, go to plainmath.com. Click on Activities for Students, then choose Plain Math Enterprises. You'll need to visit each of the 8 training departments. Each section gives important information about aeronautical principles and terminology. There are a number of geometry and algebra-related math concepts, and you'll also find plenty of interactive activities that help you understand the concepts presented in the website. The experts will guide you through training as you prepare to design an airplane based on certain requirements. When your training's complete, enter the design department, where you meet your client before beginning the design process. Then you'll design the size of your fuselage and wings. The building department will make a prototype, which you'll test in a wind tunnel. Based on these results, you'll choose an engine for your plane. There will be a flight test to see if your plane can take off and reach its cruising speed. If it succeeds in taking off, you'll get results on how your plane flies under different conditions. Based on your results, you can either make adjustments to your plane and retest it, or present your design to your customers. Well, that's plain math. Special thanks to the Museum of Flight and our AIAA student mentors from the University of Washington. Teachers, if you would like a student mentor to help you in your classroom, find out more on the NASA Connect website. Well, that wraps up another episode of NASA Connect. We'd like to thank everyone who helped make this program possible. Got a comment, question, or suggestion? Email them to connect@larc.nasa.gov. Or pick up a pen and mail them to NASA Connect, NASA Center for Distance Learning, NASA Langley Research Center, Millstop 400, Hampton, Virginia 23681. Teachers, if you would like a videotape of this program and the accompanying lesson guide, check out the NASA Connect website. From our site, you can link to the NASA Educator Resource Center Network. These centers provide educators free access to NASA products like NASA Connect. Or from our site, you can link to CORE, the NASA Central Operation of Resources for Educators. For information about other NASA instructional resources, visit NASA Quest at quest.nasa.gov. So, until next time, stay connected to math, science, technology, and NASA. See you then.
We want the air to flow smoothly around them. However, for the HyperX geometry, we required turbulent flow. I screwed that up.
Let's try that one more time.
And now you have to work, huh?
Here are the main objections. Oh, I said that wrong. And the objection is objectives.
Today, I'm one of the I was that close, and I stumbled.
So, have you ever wondered what goes into designing an experimental X? No.
Well, let's see. Too early?
It's the first airplane to fly into space. Notice how closely it's shaped to a rocket. There are tons of planes here.
Wow! Oh, no.
Traveled, glide, and speed observations. You will, oh, I'm sorry. That's what I do when I'm nervous.
My belly itches. My stomach itches.
We're out of here. I have donuts.
All of us want cleaner water, healthier wildlife, and an improved environment.
Now there's a way to accomplish all three without leaving your yard. It's called a rain garden. In this edition of Nature at Home, we'll find out how this inexpensive, low-maintenance landscape technique can enhance the beauty of your property while protecting the environment at the same time. has been falling on Mother Earth for millions of years, feeding life with tiny drops of water that soak down through the earth into aquifers and groundwater reservoirs, eventually making their way back to the surface, flowing from springs to streams and rivers, only to be pulled back to the heavens to fall once again.
Water is recycled over and over. This planet has as much water as it's ever going to get, and we need to take care of the water that we have available for our use and for wildlife use, and we need to keep as much of it as clean as possible.
But what happens when roofs and roads and parking lots come between the rain and Mother Earth? Unable to penetrate these man-made barriers, the raindrops become storm water runoff, rushing into streams and rivers, carrying pollution with it.
As it hits your roof and goes into your gutter and flows out into the yard, whatever was on your roof or whatever was in your yard, all of that is in the water, eventually goes to a storm drain. It works its way back to the streams.
Everybody contributes to the problem of stormwater runoff. So that means that everybody needs to contribute to the solution.
Building a rain garden is a great way to contribute to the solution.
A rain garden is essentially a basin, a depression in the ground that is landscaped. The water that comes into the basin will stay there for the period of about a day and a half, and it will slowly seep into the ground.
Absorbing about 30% more water than a comparably sized section of conventional turf lawn, rain gardens can be as big or as small as you want them to be. Place them in an area where water naturally runs across the ground. Just off of gutter downspouts are usually great locations, but make sure you stay 20 to 25 feet away from your house foundation.
You can have one at the end of every gutter, or you can have one towards the end of your yard where several gutters drain.
And when you pick plants, you're better off going native.
Native plants in Tennessee are more adapted to our climate, more adapted to our rainfall, more adapted to the extremes of water.
A lot of your native perennials will reseed, and you want that rain garden to be as lush as possible. You know, the first year you plant it, it's not going to be, but you know, the years after, it's going to fill in, and it's going to fill in because, yes, some of the plants will get bigger, but they're going to reseed, and they're going to fill in all those bare spots. You won't have to go in and mulch it. It's going to be low maintenance.
Swamp dogwoods, asters, swamp rose, lobelia, yellow twig dogwoods, and black-eyed Susans are just a few of the many native plant options for Tennessee rain gardens.
If you fish and if you swim and if you recreate in the water, this is something that you can do to promote cleaner water.
It's all about everything working together. It's about thinking of the whole picture when we're planning a landscape in our own backyard.
One little rain garden might seem insignificant, but if I've got one and you've got one and your neighbor's got one, then we can really make an impact. So make a personal contribution to cleaner water and a better tomorrow. Plant a rain garden. It's just another way we can all enjoy nature at home.
It's Alex from the Stormwater Department, back with another fun new program for the citizens of LaVergne. We're going to be partnering with the Cumberland River Compact to bring rain gardens to qualifying citizens of LaVergne. Have you ever heard of a rain garden? A rain garden is an area vegetated with native plants in a depression of your yard that collects and stores stormwater runoff so that it has time to soak into the ground before overwhelming our stormwater sewer systems and causing flooding. They also help to filter out pollutants by filtering stormwater runoff through the garden before entering the stormwater sewer system, which connects directly to our creeks and streams. This is becoming more and more important as we change our natural lands into impervious surfaces like parking lots and roads, which speeds up stormwater runoff and increases the amount of pollution in our water. It is important to remember that the water must already be able to drain, or else the rain garden won't be able to do its job. For example, rain gardens typically don't work for standing water like this, mostly because the water has nowhere to go and it will drown the plants. Rain gardens are great for homes that have downspouts with a lot of quick water moving through them that can be slowed down before it reaches a ditch line or a storm drain. Or just yards with a lot of moving water over the grass and draining towards a ditch or storm drain. In addition to slowing stormwater runoff and potentially reducing localized ponding, rain gardens can also benefit your yard by adding beautiful wildlife, attractive native plants and pollinators like butterflies and bees. If you qualify for a rain garden, supervised volunteers will help set up the planting space and help you get all of the plants in the ground. You also will receive all the plants that you need for your garden for free as part of the program. If a rain garden sounds like something you would want in your yard, sign up for a consultation today with the Cumberland River Compact Rain Garden experts using this link. See you guys later. Hi everybody, my name's Alex and I'm the Stormwater Coordinator for the City of LaVergne. Now, you may have heard some horror stories about living close to a stream bed that sounds kind of like this. Someone buys a property next to a stream because it's beautiful and they enjoy having nature close to them. And then the water starts to erode away at the stream side and they start losing the land that they loved. This can be frustrating as a homeowner and sometimes dangerous and scary if it approaches your home. But there is a way to prevent this loss of land on your property. The best way to prevent loss of land is to use a process called vegetated stream bank stabilization. And this is the use of multiple different types of plants to help stabilize the soil through roots and depth that will prevent erosion from happening when the water hits the land. This works because as plants grow, their roots reach deeper and deeper and hold the soil in place. This works best if you have multiple different types of plants along your stream bank. That way, you have multiple different types and depths of roots in your soil. The absolute best type of plants that you can plant in Tennessee are plants that are native. Native plants are much better at combating weeds and they tend to have deeper roots. They also are better at living in our soils and respond better to Tennessee's climate. This means less maintenance for you. The most important part is that they can be absolutely beautiful along your streamside. When creating streamside vegetation, there are several different sections of plants that you want to create. You'll need plants from each of these different categories: canopy, understory, shrubs, and grasses. Canopy is made up of tall trees like willows and oaks. These help to keep the stream shaded and keep water cool, as well as provide habitat for animals in the area. Understory and shrubs and shorter plants like hydrangea and winterberry are beautiful, but they also give the ground root support, habitat for animals, and they're short enough that you can keep your view of the stream in your backyard. Grasses and sedges are also really important. They provide deep root stabilization along the stream's edge. They're better at living in deep soil and help keep your bank in the same place. Now, your next question is probably, why should I do this? What do I get from creating a more stable streamside? Well, the answer is there are tons of benefits to creating a stable streamside. 1. You lessen the risk of losing land to water flow. Vegetation will help you keep your land right where it was when you purchased the property. 2. You'll create habitat for critters in your backyard. Once you plant trees and flowering plants, you'll notice more wildlife like birds and butterflies in your backyard. And 3, revegetating your stream bank can make your stream look even more beautiful than it did before. By adding flowering plants and beautiful trees, your stream bank will get a beautiful facelift. If this sounds interesting to you, I have great news. The City of LaVergne is hosting a program called Revegetate Your Streamside, where it will be providing all of the plants that you need to help transform your eroding streamside into something strong, stable, and beautiful. We will complete a consultation of your property to help determine if vegetating your stream bank is the right fit for your property. You may already have sufficient vegetation, or you may decide you don't want to change the landscape along your stream. We'll help decide what steps need to be taken before you can vegetate. Is there invasive vegetation that needs to be removed? Does the bank need to be altered to allow for planting? And we'll decide how much space you have for planting and how many plants you would need to stabilize your bank. You'll need a mixture of different plants, so we need to make sure you have the right mix. If you want to learn more, visit us at LaVergne37086 to get more information and to sign up for a consultation.
scientist, and I see some familiar faces who've seen me before. Perfect. Good. Well, hands down, guys. Today I've got lots of different experiments we're going to do. We're going to do a bit of a show for you. Then at the end, over here, we've got a very special take-home that you're going to get to make, okay? So we're going to have lots of fun. Now, I'm going to need lots of helpers. If you want to help me, stay on your bottoms, put 2 hands up in the air, give me some big smiles. Lovely. Hands down. Now, for our first experiments, we are going to dive right into the deep end. We are going to talk about a very dangerous thing. We're going to talk about electricity. Now, who knows what electricity does? What things can electricity do? Yes?
Electrocute?
It can electrocute you. Now, is that a good thing? No! So what's a good thing electricity can do?
It can make you, like, if the power's out, you can, like, make some electricity and make a light bulb.
Okay, you can get a light bulb to work. What else does it power? Light bulbs? TVs.
Our brains.
Well, sometimes maybe, I don't know about your brains, but it powers different things. Computers, TVs, electricity gives things power. Now, one of my friends says it can do something dangerous also. It can shock. Now, I've got a special machine. This machine here is called a Tesla coil. Can everybody say Tesla coil?
Tesla coil.
Now, what this does is this lets me use electricity in my hands. Now, in a minute, we're going to turn the lights off. So don't be scared. First, though, let me show you what my machine does. When I plug this into the outlet, is it making any sound right now? No. Can I touch it? Yeah, nothing happens. There's a little button here. As I turn the button, can you hear that? Yeah. That is now the sound of live electricity. If I put my hand near it, what would happen? Yeah. I would get shocked, okay, and it would really hurt. Now, I'm going to turn it down so when it's not making any sound, it's not going to hurt you. And first, I need a brave helper who's feeling nice and strong and tough. Come on out, my friend. You look like a brave guy. Big round of applause for my friend. Okay. Stand right here. What's your name? Damien. Okay, turn around, buddy. Now we're going to turn the lights down just a little. Down. Don't be scared, guys. Okay, we're going to make it just a little darker. Oh, that's perfect. That's not too dark. All right. Now, what we have here is a light bulb. Now, this is the same sort of light bulb that we have up in the ceiling. Now, you're going to hold this in 2 hands and do not drop, okay? Hold tight. Face everybody for me and take a couple of steps back. Okay, now, we are going to turn the Tesla coil on and move it towards the light bulb. Now, hold it out straight. Don't drop. I promise it won't hurt. Now, when I turn this on, how do we know the electricity's on? The noise, it starts to buzz. Now, I'm going to move this towards the light bulb. Now, as I do that, what does it start to do at the bottom? Just a little bit. It starts to light up. Look again. It's lighting up a little bit. Hold it up so people at the back can see. Watch. It lights up. Now, am I touching the light bulb? No, there's a big space in between the light bulb and the Tesla coil. Now, if I put my hand in that space, what would happen?
You can get shocked.
I would get shocked, okay? Now, what we're going to do, I am going to show you the electricity. Right now, it's invisible. We can't see it. Hold it just a little higher. Move your hands down to where mine are. Now, this time it might look scary. It won't hurt, I promise, okay? Hold it in 2 hands. I promise it won't hurt. Now, when I turn this on, everybody watch the bottom of the light bulb. We get the light bulb to light up. Now, as I get closer, the electricity is attracted to the bottom of the light bulb, and you have to hold on. Are you going to hold on, or do you want someone else to help? It's fine. You got it? I promise it won't hurt, okay? Hold on to it. It won't hurt you, I promise. Watch the bottom. Hold on, I promise it won't hurt. Here we go. Watch the bottom.
It's all
we're going to do next. Great job, my friend. Big round of applause. I need another helper. Someone else who's feeling tough and brave. Right at the back in the gray shirt. Come on out, buddy. All right. Now, my next helper's going to come and help me. Now this time, come on up, bud. You're going to hold on to this. Come and stand back over here. Now, what's your name? Luis. Okay, hold on to this in two hands. Now, do not let go, okay? What I need you to do, in a second, you're going to walk your hands up and then down, okay? Up and down. Now, don't go all the way to the top or don't go all the way to the bottom. Leave a little space. Now, everybody, let's watch the bright part of the light. When we turn the Tesla coil on, we know it's working because it starts to buzz. As we get close, the electricity's there, we can't see it. As we get closer, it now jumps through the air and we can see it. It's brightest at the bottom. Move your hands up. That's it.
Oh my God.
Keep going. And go down.
Whoa.
And go up. And go down. Now what's happening to the light?
It goes up.
It goes up and down. What makes it go up and down?
Electricity.
His hands. Now that's because I have given you superpowers. You now have the power to shock people. Now who's going to be brave and get a shock? Whoa, look at all the brave helpers. Let's go with the strong lady. Come on out, sweetheart. Big round of applause. What we're going to do, you're going to take a step over this way and you're going to hold on in one hand. You're going to point your other hand like this with one finger. Okay, come to the side, sweetie. Now, it's pretty dark in here, so we might be able to see it. What we're going to do, slowly, you're going to touch fingertips. Now, after you do that, you always use your finger, okay? After you do that, you're going to touch her elbow. You use your finger, and then, sweetie, lift your knee up, and he's going to touch you on the knee. Now, everybody, watch and listen in between their fingers. Now, hold tight and don't drop. I'm going to set it to a level 3. So it's not going to hurt, it sort of tickles. Now, don't start until I tell you guys. We're going to do it nice and slow. Now, don't start yet. We need to get the power going. Okay. Now, slowly point your finger. Listen and watch. Did you feel that? Okay. Can we see the spark? Try it again. Do your finger. Do it nice and slow. Your finger. There we go. Elbow. Lift your knee up. Perfect. And can you do your nose? Great job! Big round of applause! Excellent! Sit right down, guys. Now, is anybody in here today wearing light-up shoes? Does anybody have light-up shoes on? Come and help me. I promise you won't get hurt. Come and help me. Whoa, those are cool. I like those. Come on out, Twinkle Toes. You want to help, buddy? It won't hurt. Come and help me. Anyone else would like? Come on up. Everybody with light-up shoes that wants to help, come on up. You won't get hurt. Who's wearing light-up shoes today? Okay. Now, all of my friends, stamp your feet. Show everybody your cool shoes. That's it. They all light up. All right, now what we're going to do, we are going to make your shoes light up without you having to move. What I need you guys to do is all hold hands. Can you come over here first? Hold hands. And you're going to be at the end over here. Like this, okay? Now, everybody watch their shoes. What we are going to do in a second, you're going to hold on to the light bulb. Don't let go. You will not get hurt, I promise, okay? We're going to send the electricity up the light bulb. Through your body, your body, your body, your body, through you, into all of your shoes. And all of the shoes should light up. Now, here we go. Don't let go, helpers. It does not hurt, okay? Don't let go. Give me a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Disco shoes! So you can see them all lighting up. And when we turn it they go. Hold hands, don't let go. The electricity thinks they're all one giant person. When we turn it on, it flows all the way through into their shoes. Great job. Big round of applause for my great hoppers. Perfect little guy. All right, now. What we're going to do next. This next experiment is one for your librarian. Now, what are you not allowed to do in your library normally? Talk loud. Now, to help your librarian out, if you're talking loud in the library, she can now put you in this. This is Mr. Ritchie's electric chair. Who's going to show everybody how the electric chair works? Okay, in the white shirt, come on down. All right, now. Hold on, Scooby-Doo. Stand up now. If we look at the chair, this is made of plastic. But look, the legs are made of metal. It's all connected with metal, and there are 2 spots on the seat, okay? Now, I need you to relax and sit down right on the edge, okay? Now, if your librarian's at the desk looking around and sees you talking too loud, instead of having to tell you to be quiet, she's just going to be able to touch this down and see what happens. So face everybody, try and Here we go. 3, 2. No, oh, move over then. Let's see if we can get it just on the right spot. Oh! Big round of applause. Anybody else feeling brave? Now this is good for parents as well, guys. You can get one of these if your kids aren't eating their vegetables at dinner. You can use this. So here we go. Face everybody. Try to stay calm. And sit down. And... Ah! Great job. Thank you. Now for this next experiment, I need a little lady. You will not get hurt, I promise. I need a little lady. Okay. Now, my friend here, turn around, has got a beautiful smile. Show everybody. Okay, now, you're going to be Mother Nature, and you're going to be mad and angry, so show me an angry face. That's a happy face. She's okay. All right, Princess, what are we going to do? This is the Earth. Who lives on Earth? All right, now, we're going to turn the lights down. Now, we've got some nasty weather the last couple of days, so stand back here, Mother Nature. Hold on to this. This is a thundercloud. Now, when we have a thundercloud, we get rain and we get lightning.
Oh my God!
You can see the lightning strike. Now, if the lightning hits the wrong spot, it can do a lot of damage. Now, stand back, sweetheart, just for a second. Here, this piece of paper is going to be a tree. Now, if you're ever outside in a thunderstorm, one of the worst places you can stand is under a tree. Now, hold on to this, Mother Nature. Don't let go. We're going to let the lightning hit the wrong spot. You're okay? Here we go. 1 second. Now, if that was a tree, that tree would come crashing down on your head, and would that feel good? No. Okay. That would be really bad, right? Big round of applause for Mother Nature! All right, friends. Now we're going to put the electricity away. If you came up to the front and have held helped me already, please don't put your hand up. Let some other people come and be my helpers.
I have
For my next experiment, I need somebody who's not afraid to get wet. Let me get somebody in the America shirt. Come on down. Here we go. All right, big round of applause. All right, now I need you to come and stand over here. Turn around and face everybody. Now, don't move, okay? In this container, what do we have? Water. Put your hand in there. Take your hand out. How does it feel? Wet or dry? Wet. It's wet. Just so you know, I'm not cheating. This is proper water. It's a proper liquid, okay? Now, I'm going to pour the liquid into one of my 3 cups. Here I have 3 blue cups. Now, let's pour the liquid into this one. So watch carefully. Make sure I'm not cheating. We pour the liquid in. All right, let's see. Now, which cup did the water go in? Did it go in this one? No. This one? No. This one? Yes. Now watch, because I'm going to start to move the cups. And tell me when to stop. Stop. Okay. Is the water in this one? No. This one? No. This one? Yes. You guys are too good for Mr. Ritchie. All right, I'm going to go really quick this time. Now remember, it's in this cup, right? No. Watch where you think it is as we move them around again. Tell me when to stop. Stop. Okay. Is the water in this one? No. Let's have a look. Give me a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Oh. Not in the first one. Is it in this one? No. Let's have a look. Give me a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Not in that one. That means it's in that one. All right, let's have a look. I'm going to stand back so I don't get wet. 3, 2, 1. It's not in there now. It's not under this one. It's not under this one. And it's not in here. Now, what if you make water really cold? What does it turn into? Ice. Ice. Now, I didn't make it really cold and turn it into ice. What if you boil it and you make it really hot? It turns into gas or steam, okay? Now, I didn't do that either. I did cheat a little bit. Before you guys came in, I put a special powder in. Now, hold your hands like this. We're going to tap the side of the cup. 1, 2, 3. So we give it a few taps and we turn it upside down. Now.
What?
Poke it with your thumbs. Is it hard or soft? Soft. Let Mr. Ritchie feel. Rub your hands together. Do they feel wet or dry? They're dry now. So what we're going to do, we turn the water from a liquid to a dry gel. Could you drink that now? No. Now what we're going to do, we're going to walk around and let you feel this. So could you walk around this path and let people poke it? Do not put it near your mouth, okay? Get ready to poke it. Does it feel like a liquid? That's it, you ready to go? Poke, 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 poke. Poke, poke, poke.
Oh, it feels weird. You feel like it? I got one. Hey,
it started out as baby diaper powder. This is at the bottom of a baby's diaper. It's called polyacrylamide. It's also used by astronauts in space, okay? It turns a liquid into a soft solid. Now, we're going to move on, and we're going to talk about one of my favorite things in science. We're going to be talking next about a special thing. Who knows what this is?
Dry ice.
This is dry ice. Now, dry ice is one of the coldest things in the whole world. It's 109 below zero. It's so cold that if you touch it with your finger, it will burn your finger. So you can never touch it. It's so cold, it feels hot. So you can never touch this unless you're wearing a glove. Now my hand's getting really cold in the glove, but luckily it's not getting burnt, okay? Now if you move it, what can you see?
Smoke.
Steam, smoke. Dry ice is called dry ice because it's not got any liquid, okay? It's never a liquid, it's a gas, a frozen gas. Now, what we can do is lots of fun things with it because it's cold and because it's a gas. Now first, I need two helpers who've not been to the front yet. Let's get in the blue at the back and in the white. Yep, come on out. Alright, now I'm going to give you a quarter and one to you. I'm going to give one to you, buddy. Stay where you are. I'm going to give one over this side to you, sweetheart. Stay where you are. And in the middle, in the white shirt. Okay, now, if I give you a coin, put it in your hands like this. Everybody else, put your hands together like this. Now, let's create heat by making some friction. So slowly rub, you don't really feel much. Let's get quicker. And let's get quicker. And let's go full speed. Rub, 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 rub. And touch your cheeks. How do your hands feel? Hot, right? Now we want to rub, rub, rub to make this coin hot. So keep rubbing. Rub, rub, rub. Now we want the coin to be hot enough to start to dance. Now to make it dance, we hold it at the top. We're going to push it down. 1, 2, 3. Can you see it starts to move all on its own? So it starts to shake back and forth. Now, did we hear anything when we first pushed it in? Yeah, we heard a sizzle, okay? Now hold the top of yours. Make sure we don't touch the ice. Hold on to it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, let go. Perfect. Stay at the front. Push yours in. 1, 2, 3. Lovely. Okay, stay at the front. Who else has got one? All right, you guys just turn around and have a look. So turn around and have a look. 1, 2, 3, let go. That was a hot one. That was excellent. So you can see it start to shake. We've got one in the middle. I know we've got one in the middle for you guys. You can see this one, don't worry. Push yours in. Don't touch the ice. Be careful. 1, 2, 3, let go. Perfect. And then one over this side. Watch out. We've got one over here. Push yours in. 1, 2, 3, let go. All right then, friends. Now, as I was walking around, the coin started to shake. What happened to these first ones we put on? Well, what makes you say they froze? What color have they turned? They turned white. Now, the dry ice is so cold that if you put a quarter on it, it will freeze mega quick. Hold your hand out like this. You're going to pass these around. The ice is too cold to feel, but you can feel the quarter. These are really cold, but they, get ready to pass them quick. Ah, quick, quick, pass, pass. Quick, quick, pass it around. Pass it around. Pass it around. Pass it around. Let's hear that everybody feel. Okay, guys, let Mr. Richie get his money back. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Lovely. Okay. Now next, guys, we're going to do a listening experiment. Dry ice, we've said, is really cold. Compared to the ice, thank you so much. Compared to the ice, this pan lid is hot. Now when the ice hits the metal,
It turns up. Makes vibrate.
you get one sound. Two sounds, and then this one's my favorite. Is that you? Whoa! So we got one here, and then in the middle's that stinker. Now, when the ice hits the metal vibrates. Show me vibration. Some vibrations are big. Some are teeny tiny. If the vibrations are big, stretch your arms out wide. It's so lonesome. Everybody make a loud sound. Stop. If the vibrations are small and close, put your hands really close. It's high! Now, what I need you to do is take a big breath and you're going to follow my hands, okay? So, ready? Breathe in. On your head. If you do want it, stay on your bottoms and I will try to get you. I need two helpers who've not helped me yet. In the
I have a help.
Yeah, in the black shirt. Who's that? Is that Buzz?
No.
Lightning McQueen. Alright, now come and hold on to this. Two hands. Now, sweetheart, you're going to hold on to this with one hand. There we go. All right, now turn around and show everybody. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to make a potion using our dry ice. So with my hammer, I'm going to break it up into some little pieces. And we're going to put those little pieces in the container. So let me just see it for 1 second. Now, hold this in two hands. Do not drop it. Will not hurt you, okay? I promise. So be brave. Face everybody so they can see. Now be really brave. Hold it in two hands. It won't hurt you. Turn around. I'll hold it with you. Turn around and face everybody. Okay. Now hold tight. It doesn't hurt. Can you hold it for me? Yeah. Hold tight. All right. Now. That's perfect. Now just take a step back. Add a squirt of super science liquid. Now don't be scared. A little bit more than that. There we go. Give it a squirt. Perfect. We add a little bit more. And now put that back on the table. This is now a super science Don't move, guys. I'll come and get y'all. face, everybody. Now, this first one is not one you should try on your own, okay? Well, this first one we're going to use some dry ice again. So we break it into a little piece using my hammer. And we're going to put that into a film canister. And you're going to hold this up above your head. Hold on tight, okay? Point it up. Now, we are going to add a little bit of water to get it smoking. Can you see it start to smoke?
Yeah.
All right, now hold it down here. You're pretty tall. Okay, now just away from your head. That's it. Now, we are going to add a lid. Right now, all that gas is coming out, all the smoke's coming out. When we put the lid on, the smoke is trapped. It starts to push. Now hold on tight, because any second, something should... In a second, it should...
Explode!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sit back down. Anyone else want to go? Last one, this one. Hold on. It fills up. The smoke pushes until there's no space left. And... All right, guys. Now, if you saw that one is a little dangerous. Sometimes the ice will pop out, and you might accidentally touch it. So that's not one you should try on your own. This next one is one you can try with your family, okay? All you need is a film canister. You can get these free at Walgreens. Now, where's my lid at?
It's back there.
Oh, I got this one now. You need to make sure you've got a clear lid, okay? They'll give them you free at Walgreens. You need one of these, and you need an Alka-Seltzer. And this is going to turn the bottle into a rocket. It's best to do it outside because this will go above a house, all right? Come on out. Now, what you're going to do, you're going to break the Alka-Seltzer in half. So snap that in half. We're going to put a little bit of water in the container. So we fill it up about a quarter of the way. Now, you're going to drop both pieces in. I'm going to snap the lid on. We're going to turn it upside down, and it's going to blow up. Here we go. We need to back away after we put it in. Get ready to drop them in at the same time. Both at the same time. Drop it in. Back away. All right, here we go. Now this one is safer because you can touch the Alka-Seltzer afterwards, and the bubbles are what caused the explosion. All right, thank you so much. Sit back down. Now, friends, we've got a special treat for y'all. Here in a second, we're going to move on to do our making portion of the show where you get a take-home. Now, before that, we've got a couple of announcements. I am Mr. Rich from Super Science. We have a soccer science camp next week down the road in Murfreesboro. I've got some flyers around. It's loads of fun. We build rockets and race cars, catapults, different things, and then we do soccer in the morning. So it's loads of fun. If you'd like to come, we do still have spaces available. I also do birthday parties where we can come to your house and we can do our fun stuff at your house. Now, can we do the announcements next?
Sharks. What do you think of when you hear the word sharks? Does your heart beat a little faster? Does thinking of sharks make you a little nervous to go swimming in the ocean? Well, if it does, you're certainly not alone. Many people think sharks are aggressive, terrifying beasts that stalk the oceans. But are they really menacing hunters that attack humans at will? Or are they one of nature's misunderstood predators that has an important role in the balance of biodiversity on the planet? It will be easier to decide if sharks are friends or foes after you look at life from the shark's perspective in this edition of Saving a Species. The Shark Story.
Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador. And I'll admit, at first glance, sharks can be pretty intimidating looking creatures. That's probably part of the reason they get such a bad rap from us humans. But there's a lot more to sharks than just their menacing look.
Sharks are fascinating creatures, and they come in all shapes and sizes. Some sharks are sleek and angular, like the bull or lemon shark. Nurse sharks have larger heads and bigger profiles. And some, like this hammerhead, are just plain bizarre. These efficient swimming machines range in size from the bigger than a school bus whale shark, nearly 14 meters long, to the tiny pygmy ribbon-tailed cat shark, which only grows to about 25 centimeters. Some sharks are flesh-eating ocean predators, but other sharks eat nothing but plankton.
Regardless of shape, size, or diet, sharks have interesting and unique characteristics and a specific role in their environment. I guess you can tell by now that I think sharks are cool, but I bet you will too, once you know more about them. So come on, let's go meet some sharks. This is Sharks Deep Dive at SeaWorld Orlando, and it's a great way to start learning about sharks by observing them up close in their environment. And now I'm definitely into learning about every animal that shares our planet, but we should respect their space. And in the case of sharks, I also respect their power and abilities. So this diving cage is a good way to visit these predators of the deep.
Oh my gosh, that's a sand tiger shark. Those are all the bigger ones that you see. Here's one right here in front of us. Oh my gosh. They're incredible looking. They've got all those teeth. They really look like the predators that everybody thinks about when they think of scary sharks and all that. You know what? Sharks in general really aren't all that scary, but it sure looks like it when you're down here looking at them. You can understand why people feel that way. Wow, look at the sawfish. They're only found around Florida now, and it's an endangered species. They used to be found all the way up to Rhode Island, and then down all the way through Central and into South America, down as far as Brazil, but now they don't find them anymore. They're actually such an endangered species, they're really only found around Florida now. Oh, that's incredible. Look at how big he is.
Who was around first, sharks or dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs.
The dinosaur.
Both.
Or both.
Both.
Or
Both.
The dinosaur.
Are you sure?
Well, sharks are one of the oldest species on Earth, with scientists estimating that ancestors of today's sharks inhabited the oceans between 350 and 400 million years ago. That's millions of years before dinosaurs and other backbone animals roamed the Earth. The most spectacular ancient shark was probably the megalodon, a huge shark with teeth the size of a human hand. This one was probably a flesh eater, and at an estimated 40 to 55 feet long, that's 3 or 4 SUVs end to end. The megalodon was likely the top predator of its time. By 100 million years ago, about the time dinosaurs were around, sharks looked pretty much like they do today. And unlike other animals, they really haven't changed much in the last million years or so.
That's probably because they're highly suited to their environment, which brings us to our next question. Where do sharks live? In saltwater, freshwater, Warm water or cold?
They live in salt water and both in warm and cold water.
You sure?
Yes, salt water and warm and cold.
Positive? You want to change it?
No.
Sharks can actually be found just about everywhere in all types of waters, from shallow coastal habitats and tropical lagoons to deep water open oceans and polar seas. They can live in salt water and brackish water, and some even live in freshwater lakes and rivers. Now, knowing that, here's another question.
Is a shark a fish, a mammal, or a reptile?
A fish.
A fish? You got that one right on. All right.
Sharks are fish, even though they don't look much like the fish we commonly think of. But like all fish, most sharks are cold-blooded or ectothermic, which means their body temperature is controlled by their environment. They also have a skeleton and fins, live in the water, and breathe with gills. But that's where the similarities stop. 96% of the fish that exist today, and there are nearly 24,000 different species, are classified as bony fishes because their skeletons are made of bones, like ours. But the 350 or so species of sharks are in a much smaller class of fish, called chondrichthyes or cartilaginous fishes, because their skeletons are made of cartilage, not bone. Grab your nose or your earlobe. That's cartilage. Doesn't seem much like skeleton material, does it?
Wow. I guess one thing we all realize is that most sharks have lots of teeth. But did you know that some sharks go through as many as 30,000 teeth in a lifetime?
Sharks grow new teeth all the time and have several rows of teeth front to back. When they lose a tooth, one from the row behind just moves up to take its place. Sharks are also famous for their sense of smell. The rest of the shark senses are just as highly advanced. For example, their eyes are perfect for seeing in dim light and are particularly sensitive to moving objects. And even though sharks don't have an outer ear, their inner ear is so advanced it can detect sound, acceleration, and gravity. Plus, sharks have two other internal systems that help them find their prey. One is called the lateral line, which are fluid-filled canals in the shark's body that sense low-frequency vibrations. The other is called the ampullae of Lorenzini, and these are tiny sensory pores that run along a shark's head and can detect faint electrical signals generated by a prey animal.
Delicious. I wonder if sharks think that. You know, the only sense scientists don't know much about is the shark's sense of taste. But they do know what most sharks eat, and it's not what many people think.
Sharks eat lots of things, but the big question often is, do sharks target humans as food? This is definitely a question for a true expert like Ralph Collier, researcher and author of Shark Attacks of the 20th Century.
Like, you've written the book on shark attacks, so it encompassed all the last century. How many shark attacks have there been in the last century?
In my book, Shark Attacks of the 20th Century, I described all of the authenticated attacks from 1900 to 1999. And we had a total of 108 shark attacks. Yes, a total of 108. Of that, only 8 were fatal. Now, what's of more interest to me is that in one single year, just in the city of San Francisco, in 1998, there were 596 people that were bitten by dogs.
Yeah.
And there were
so
only
in one city, in 1 year.
There were almost more than 5 times as many attacks by dogs on people as there were attacks by sharks on people for an entire century.
So, Ralph, do sharks actually really purposely attack humans?
No. Very few attacks, specifically by white sharks, very few are the result of what is commonly referred to as mistaken identity, which is really a misnomer. If a shark comes in on a prey to bite it, that's a predatory attack. And very few of those take place between sharks as far as being directed at people.
I love the water. I like going out in the ocean. Are there things that I can do to help protect myself, you know, from getting an attack, you know, from being one of those small statistical numbers?
Yes, there is. White shark attacks, more than 60% of the attacks occurred at what I refer to as a recurring location. In other words, an attack had occurred at this same place prior And so we have multiple attacks. If you're in the water and you see the natural prey, natural animals, suddenly do something unusual, well, there's a reason for that. Fish sense when a predator's on the prowl. They leave the area. So there are lots of cues.
What do sharks eat?
They eat fish.
Meat. Like cows?
Basically all meat in the water. Some sharks eat stingrays, and other sharks eat other fish and other sharks.
We've got a shark expert here on our hands. Different species eat different things. And while some sharks are opportunistic and eat anything that comes along, others show definite preferences. Hammerheads eat mostly stingrays. Tiger sharks seem to prefer sea turtles. Blue sharks eat squid, and whale sharks eat only plankton. Sharks also eat a lot less than most people think because they're cold-blooded and have a much lower metabolism, which means they need less food. So depending on their size and species, sharks eat between 1 and 10% of their body weight in a week. And it's likely that many sharks go weeks at a time without eating at all. So how do sharks hunt for their food? Well, their hunting strategies aren't that different from predators on land or in the air. The eagle uses its eyesight and speed to grab its prey from above, while sharks grab their prey from below using the same senses of eyesight and speed, plus their special senses to catch their prey. Sharks, just like other predators, will attack the weakest and most vulnerable prey. And by doing this, they play an important role in the balance of the ecosystem. This natural culling by sharks helps keep all ocean populations strong and healthy. But if you remove sharks from the food chain, other populations could increase, which would then unnaturally affect other species, which could then decrease and affect other populations, which would, well, you get my point. Do sharks lay eggs, or do they give birth to live young?
They lay eggs. They give birth to babies live.
They lay eggs. We tricked them by my The right answer to this question is both, depending on the species. Shark eggs are all fertilized within the mother, but then there are 3 very different types of embryonic development with 3 very long names. Oviparous means egg birth. In oviparous sharks, the embryos are protected by egg cases that the female deposits into the water and hatch later on their own. Ovoviviparous means egg live birth. With these species, a shell membrane encases the egg or a group of eggs inside the mother. At a certain point, the embryo sheds the membrane, completes development, and is born ready to swim. Viviparous means live birth. Viviparous shark embryos develop attached to the mother through a yolk sac placenta and are also born fully developed and ready to swim. Gestation varies among the different species and can range from a few months to as long as 2 years from conception to birth. Also, sharks mature and reproduce slower than other species and don't produce large numbers of offspring like bony fishes do. Add that to long gestation periods, and it's easy to see how shark populations are difficult to sustain if outside forces began to adversely affect them, which they are. Already, the great white shark, the whale shark, and the basking shark are at risk of becoming extinct. And more than 75 species are considered vulnerable because their numbers are rapidly dwindling. Now, I know it may be hard for you to be concerned that there are fewer sharks, but if we look at the big picture, every species is important to the health and biodiversity of our planet. Any time a species is removed from its place in the overall scheme, it adversely affects the whole system. Sharks, like this white-spotted bamboo shark, are no exception. And that's why we need to continue to learn more about sharks and how to preserve them and their environment. Every conservationist goal is to preserve and protect wildlife and wild places. And that's why it's so important to learn everything we can. One of the best ways to reach that goal is research. Good, solid research that tells us more about individual species and their habitat requirements. Some shark research is conducted in the wild,
But Mike Shaw, curator of fishes at SeaWorld San Diego, has worked with sharks for 28 years and has discovered an amazing amount of information.
Shark populations are under pressure in many areas of the world, and therefore the more that we can learn about sharks in aquaria, the more we can apply that knowledge to helping shark populations.
Managing the day-to-day health of the sharks is no small task.
We monitor these animals very closely. We look at them each morning and throughout the day to make sure that they don't have any injuries, that they're behaving normally, that they don't show any obvious signs of parasites. And when we do feed them, we put a number of vitamins and minerals into the food in order to make sure they're getting proper nutrition.
Exhibits like this have taught us a lot about shark conservation in the wild.
It surprised us to learn that they don't eat very much, not as much as you might suspect. We find that typically, depending upon the species, a shark would eat between 1 and 8% of its body weight per week.
Basic research data like growth rates and blood chemistry has taught us a lot, but we have accomplished even more.
Perhaps the most important thing is we've had some reproductive successes here at SeaWorld. And these would include black-tip sharks, white-tip sharks, and bonnethead sharks. And what we've seen is that when they give birth to very small numbers, not huge numbers like bony fishes do, where they may give birth to hundreds or thousands or even millions of offspring. With many shark species, they're giving birth to 2 to 4 to 8 offspring at a time. This means that populations take a long time to build up because they're only giving birth to small numbers when they do so.
It's amazing how much we've been able to learn from sharks in the care of humans. And we've compiled a good database of shark information. But even with all this knowledge, there's still a lot that we don't know.
For one thing, many sharks have never been in a zoological or aquarium setting where they could be studied closely. So most of what we know about some species of sharks come from studies in the field by dedicated scientists. Scientists like Brent Stewart of the Hubs SeaWorld Research Institute.
We're studying the whale shark, which is the largest fish in the world's oceans. We really don't know much about whale sharks. That's one of the great things about studying them, is everything you learn is brand new.
In a study like this, specific information can be gathered.
The primary thing we're really trying to learn is where the sharks are. What are the habitats in the world's oceans that are important to the sharks and where they range? So that's geographical habitats, distribution, but also the vertical habitats. What areas in the water column do they use to make a living? And we thought that they were probably near-surface animals because they're filter feeders. But we've learned, in fact, that they're pretty deep animals sometimes. They go beyond 1,000 meters and they spend a lot of time there. So what we've learned has just created a lot more amazing questions about them.
All that's learned from this study can really benefit the whale shark.
Whale sharks are not often seen. They're seen in occasional these wonderful places like Ningaloo Reef, around Thailand, the Sea of Cortez, and in between we really don't know where they are. They are hunted in some places, and they're part of the shark fin market for soup. So there is some unregulated taking, and we're hoping that this will feed into that and try to help manage those areas that are either regulated taking, which is pretty limited now, or help increase some attention to those areas where there's unregulated killing.
Research is frequently a group project, with several organizations collaborating to provide better resources. And that was the case for a nurse shark study in the dried tortugas, when volunteers from SeaWorld joined the group.
The project focuses on the reproductive physiology of nurse sharks, and collecting data is the #1 priority. Researchers from Albion University, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and SeaWorld Orlando meet yearly to capture, tag, and collect data on a number of nurse sharks. For Wes Pratt of the National Marine Fisheries Service, tagging is a staple of research.
We've been studying sharks at National Marine Fisheries Service for over 35 years with a tagging program. That's a natural extension of this is to study the nurse sharks now. We'll be putting a little hole in the shark's first dorsal fin and applying these blue tags with this little pair of pliers here. It's kind of like getting your ear pierced, and it provides a mark that lasts for as long as 27 years. We've had this particular tag last on a shark.
Researchers collect the same information year after year as the sharks mature and add it to a growing database. With this collective data, the researchers are learning more about growth rates, reproductive physiology, and population stability in this particular group of nurse sharks. As head researcher Dr. Jeff Carrier of Albion University knows, it's important information to have.
Aside from the pure and applied science of the study, one of the things that's important is that sharks are commercially valuable. And if we're going to understand them and understand how many we can take in a commercial fishery, we need to know something about the rate at which they replace themselves. Part of the study depends on us being able to know who the animals are in the area, and for that we do a tagging program.
Nice job. Going right back to where we caught her.
Well, we've looked at research at zoological parks and aquariums, and we've looked at research in the wild. But there's one facility that's trying a combination of both in order to learn more about one of the most notorious sharks alive today.
In an effort to dispel the worst reputation in the shark world, the Monterey Bay Aquarium has dedicated a special research program to the great white shark. The project began with capturing, tagging, and releasing young white sharks to learn more about this threatened species in the wild. The tracking data provided good information and a beginning look into the white shark's behavior, habitat, and migration patterns. The next step in the program was to bring a white shark to the aquarium for exhibit and further behavioral study. And in order to succeed where others have failed, the aquarium first brought a young white shark to a 5 million gallon ocean pen to see how the shark would react. After a period of constant observation of the shark's behavior in the pen, the young white shark was fitted with an electronic tag and released. Then, in the fall of 2004, a young female great white shark was brought to the aquarium after being accidentally caught in a commercial fishing net. After an acclimation period in the ocean pen, she was moved to the aquarium's Outer Bay exhibit, a 1 million gallon marine display. This is the first time a great white has ever been held for any length of time in a controlled habitat. But the young shark is doing really well. She is swimming strongly and her appetite is good. And as long as she does well, she'll stay. If she shows any signs of distress or failing health, she'll be tagged and released. So far, this ambitious research program has been very successful. Like most zoological parks and aquariums, Monterey Bay's mission is to inspire conservation by bringing guests face to face with living animals. They hope to raise awareness of the plight of the great white and all sharks by providing guests the opportunity to see a great white shark in a non-threatening environment, and by teaching them about the shark's important role in maintaining the balance of the ocean ecosystem. So far, this young ambassador for the great white shark species is doing a great job. But only time will tell if we human visitors will do our part to save her species.
Through innovative research, we can expand our knowledge of the world around us and find new ways to preserve and protect species like sharks. But it takes more than knowledge to affect change. It takes everyone working together to do the right things to save our wildlife.
There are a number of different projects that are working to save the shark, but there's one preservation program that's definitely unusual, especially since it involves training sharks, not an animal many people think of as trainable. It's a successful model of behavioral training for shark husbandry being used at Discovery Cove in Florida, and aquarium supervisor Laura Simmons is excited about the possibilities.
So Laura, with my background as a trainer, I'm really interested to hear about your shark training program.
Researchers have been trying to train sharks for over 30 years, but what we've done here at Discovery Cove is we've tried to utilize the training for husbandry techniques and also even for educational purposes.
What types of behaviors have they been learning?
It's not necessarily the behaviors that they learn, it's more that we condition them to feed at certain areas, condition them to come up to a particular spot where we need for them to be, so that we can see them up close, so that we can make sure that each animal is feeding appropriately.
So you guys get a chance to get up close. Do the guests have that opportunity as well?
We have a program called Trainer for a Day, and our guests actually get to feed the sharks when they come to visit us here.
So is that a scary experience or a positive experience?
It's very positive because not only is it educational, but it's a way for them to get up close and see that they're not scary, vicious animals, that they're actually very beautiful. When they have a chance to hand feed a nurse shark or actually tongue feed, they're seeing that these animals are very powerful and mysterious, but at the same time they're not scary anymore. So a guest that may come in thinking, oh, I'm really afraid of sharks, I don't think I want to see one, once they go up close to them, they all of a sudden take more interest in them and the way they might behave in the wild.
Each year, humans cause the death of as many as 100 million sharks. It's the result of a combination of factors: competition for the same resources, overfishing, accidental deaths as bycatch in commercial fishing nets, and unnecessary killings due to superstition or lack of education. But whatever the case, we're killing sharks faster than they can reproduce. Sharks are very valuable to commercial fishermen because of an increased demand for shark products. One particularly wasteful type of shark fishing is called finning, where only the fins of the shark are cut off, and the rest is simply tossed back into the ocean to die, all just to make fin soup, which some cultures view as a delicacy. The killing of sharks to sell their parts for a high price is actually a hauntingly similar scenario to the California sea otter, an animal hunted almost to extinction for its fur. So to keep this from happening to sharks, we need to work now to protect them. What can you do to help?
Well, conservation begins with learning. So learning about sharks and why they are an important species to save is a good first step. You can also support legislation to protect sharks and their habitats, as well as legislation to make commercial fishing safer for all the bycatch species: sharks, dolphins, turtles, and others. You can do your part to keep the oceans and waterways clean for sharks and all other marine species, because habitat pollution is a major factor in wildlife survival. You can always support one of the many conservation organizations that are working to help the sharks too. Organizations such as the Nature Conservancy and Wild Aid, which do research in several locations around the world to learn more about sharks. Another is the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, which supports shark conservation programs to reduce overfishing and overconsumption of sharks and shark products, as well as many other species and habitat programs.
So what do you say, friend or foe? I definitely say friend, and I hope by now you think so too. Sharks are incredible creatures, and there's still so much we don't know about them. But through continued research, we'll learn more. And through education, we'll work to dispel the fears and myths about sharks. Because the only way to save an animal is to care about it, recognize its value and place in this ecosystem we call Earth. I'm Julie Scardina, and thanks for joining us for the Shark Story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The sharks featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to animal rescue, wildlife research, habitat protection, and conservation education. Your support for the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us, so we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
I'm Jennifer Pulley. Welcome to another edition of NASA 360. All right, some of the talk around NASA's water cooler these days is about going back to the moon. And guess what? Much of the testing and hard work is going on right now. I mean, we already have prototype rovers, habitats, and vehicles built that are giving us a better understanding of what's going to be needed to make staying on the moon a reality. Now, of course, most of the testing can be done in NASA's labs, but there comes a time when you're going to have to take that hardware and put it to the test in the field. Of course, NASA's on it. Johnny Alonso followed some NASA researchers to a remote testing area to see how these new lunar rovers are being put to their paces.
Hey, how's it going? Let me ask you something. Have you ever taken a minute to think about how flawlessly everything must work when we go back to the moon? I mean, think about it. Everything from rockets and spacesuits to rovers and habitats, all must work perfectly. Oh, and let me tell you something. The moon isn't exactly the best vacation spot either. I mean, it's got like 0 oxygen, minus 250 degrees on the cold end, and upwards of 200 at its hottest. Oh, and let me tell you something. When you're on the moon, you're like 240,000 miles away from Earth. Yeah, so when we go, we better make sure that everything works exactly the way it's supposed to when we get there. Think about it. I can't even pack for a short vacation here on Earth. So here's the question. How do you pack for a trip like this and make sure that everything's going to work exactly the way it's supposed to on the moon? This is the exact situation that NASA's faced with right now. In the near future, NASA astronauts are going to be returning to the moon, so all their equipment needs to be tested here to make sure that it's going to work up there. To help test some of this equipment, NASA set up this really cool facility in a place that kind of resembles the moon. Where? Well, not too far from Seattle, Washington, in a place called Moses Lake. That totally fits the bill. So I flew out here to see what NASA's testing and to check out some of this equipment and how it's going to work on the moon. I'm here with Lucian Junkin. Thank you so much for giving me time today. Thank you, bro. And I'm here with Chariot. Why don't you tell us about Chariot?
So Chariot is the lunar truck that the lunar architecture team that is comprised of engineers and scientists from all over the NASA centers. They came together and they basically advised headquarters as what they think we ought to do on the moon. So they commissioned our team to build a lunar truck.
The Chariot has a really unique design featuring 12 wheels driven by 2 electric motors through a 2-speed transmission. This truck is really versatile. It can be used as a bulldozer, pushing with up to 4,000 pounds of force. And it's also pretty fast. Well, fast for the moon. It's able to reach speeds of about 15 miles an hour. It's designed in a way that allows the steel alloy frame to be fitted with several different crew payload combinations, including a small pressurized cabin and a sample collector, so it can serve in more than one function.
We took lessons learned from the rover, from the trucks here on Earth, from Sojourner, Spirit, Opportunity, all different sources to come up with this. Can I show you this real quick?
Sure, absolutely. Thanks. Thanks, man.
So this is the turret that allows the crew members to turn left and right. And then these are all of the controls that they have at their disposal. And similar to some of the software that we use, we have a button that we can actually toggle through the different pages that the operator can use. You can see this is a compass with an overlay of the land. And then probably one of the cooler features in the drive mode is the ability to go from vehicle mode, which means the front of your vehicle is this way, to a turret mode, which means that if you press forward on the joystick, then the vehicle will go forward to the operator.
Oh, wow.
So you can actually go forward and then turret, and the vehicle will strafe that way. So there are a lot of neat things that you can do with craft, just similar to a truck.
A truck, similar.
One of the key components when designing the Chariot was to have a vehicle with more wheels than a traditional lunar rover. NASA learned valuable lessons when the Mars Spirit rover had trouble with one of its 6 wheels. Even though the wheel could not be fixed, the other 5 were able to work, so the rover is still working fine, but is moving just a little slower. So with that in mind, NASA planners decided to build the Chariot with more than just 4 wheels. It would be pretty tough to have to change a tire on a 4-wheeled rover on the moon, so more wheels the better. The Chariot also can be the ultimate lowrider. It can lower its belly to the ground, making it easier for astronauts in spacesuits to climb on and off. Individual wheels or sections can be raised and lowered to keep the vehicle level when driving on uneven ground.
Let me show you one of the suspension modules.
Sure.
So this is a suspension module, a wheel module. This is an active suspension and passive suspension. Aaron, could you raise the, so you can see this coming off the ground.
Yes.
So each of these wheel modules are independent. So that means all of them can pull up and lower the belly to the ground.
Another cool thing about the Chariot is how its steering works. Called crab steering, the vehicle is designed to drive into the craters of the moon. If a slope is too steep to drive down safely, the vehicle could drive sideways instead. No backing up or three-point turns required. The all-wheels, all-ways steering also could come in handy when unloading and docking payloads or plugging into a habitat for recharging.
The lunar architecture team right now has it where we put assets, lunar trucks, athletes on the surface in mid to late of the next decade, 2016, 2017, to do civil engineering, construction work, basically berming and leveling. And then the crew arrives in early of the next decade, 2021 or sometime in there.
Quick question, why standing instead of maybe sitting?
We could have designed a sitting turret, but standing, you get a better field of view. The suits are more friendly to standing up.
I feel it. Okay.
And so operationally, it's easier to stand. It's like asking why do you stand when you cook. It's just something. It's just how it is when you're doing those types of activities.
Quick question: these rubber wheels.
They're not going to the moon, Johnny.
I didn't think so, man. Talk to us.
So the reason we use rubber tires on the 1G prototype lunar truck is so we can try out different treads on the thing because they're readily available. We're also in the back rooms at NASA developing wheels that are made out of Kevlar and titanium that will be more space-worthy and space-like, go into the lunar surface. So these pneumatic rubber wheels won't do on the moon. The ones will really be titanium or Kevlar or some other composite material like that that can take the hot and the cold of the ground.
Lucian, thank you so much for your time, man.
Thank you very much, Johnny. Thanks for coming to see us.
Definitely. Hope to see you again.
Take care.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. This is NASA 360.
Okay, here on Earth, if we have to move heavy payloads or structures around, all we really need to do is surf the web, right? Type in moving company, heavy equipment company. Well, what about on the moon? On the moon, it's going to be very different. So what are the astronauts going to do when they're up on the moon and they have to move things around? It's what NASA's working on right now. One viable solution they've come up with is to build a really versatile vehicle that can accomplish a lot of different tasks. This new vehicle is appropriately named Athlete. Here's Johnny with the Athlete test lead, Julie Townsend, to tell us all about it.
So I'm here with Julie Townsend. Julie, tell me about Athlete.
Athlete is the all-terrain, tech-slimmed extraterrestrial explorer.
Okay.
It's a prototype for a lunar robot that would go to the moon to carry an astronaut habitat as a mobile home for the astronauts on the moon.
Oh, cool.
This one is getting ready to do a demonstration. We're going to demonstrate, we have two of these vehicles here in the field right now. We're going to be demonstrating how well we can control them, how well they can keep the habitat level as we drive over different kinds of terrain, and the accuracy with which they can dock the two doorways of the habitats together to form a larger habitat.
Wow, and I mean, how many people can fit in one of these?
Well, right now it's probably about the size of your like 6-person camping tent.
Okay.
But this is a quarter scale model of the one we'd send to the moon. So the one we'd send to the moon would be 4 times bigger in every dimension.
Okay, so this is a prototype? Or?
This is a prototype, that's right. This is a concept development. So what we're trying to do here is prove that a robot like this can do the job and do it well.
Okay.
So that we can prove that it's worthwhile to fund developing it into a flight mission.
Okay, so that's a habitat where people can live, right? What else can Athlete do?
Well, Athlete is kind of an all-purpose utility vehicle.
Okay.
So it's got the flat platform on top, which the habitat is currently mounted on.
Sure.
We can mount other kinds of payloads on that habitat. In fact, we did one test this week where we actually mounted the LaVergne crane on top of it.
Really?
Right, and then that's a bit too heavy for us to lift in Earth gravity, but the idea would be that Athlete could carry that kind of a crane around on the moon. Also, because each of the legs has a full 6 degree of freedom manipulator with a wheel on the end, when you set the Athlete down on the ground, it can sit on pads on the ground and become a platform with 6 fully articulated robotic arms. And on the ends of those limbs, we can actually attach tools, like grippers and drills and things to do a bunch of any sort of different activities on the moon that we want. It's a very versatile vehicle.
Very slick.
One of the things that it can do, because it is so easily manipulated, we can move it around so many different ways. It's great for payload handling. So, for instance, say we didn't want to carry this habitat around, we could put it down, we could pick something else up. And we've done demonstrations where we've shown how an Athlete can drive underneath a lander and pick it up and drive it around.
Yeah.
We've even done one demonstration where we used the 2 Athletes cooperatively, and they picked up a payload between them.
Really?
And manipulated it onto the ground. Not the most efficient way to operate, but you know, it was really, really cool.
Yeah, solid. Julie, can you tell me how are they operated?
Well, they can be operated in a lot of different ways. We're from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the home of the Mars exploration rovers, and we're very experienced at operating robots on other planets. So what we envision is that when the astronauts were on the moon, they would operate Athlete locally and be able to drive the habitat around. And then when the astronauts came back to Earth, we'd be able to operate them remotely from Earth to move them to another site.
Oh.
Like, so they could go to meet the next astronauts that were coming to land on the moon, or they could go to an outpost site to be collected into a larger habitat.
Sure. So it can be powered from Earth as well as...
That's right. It could be controlled from the surface of Earth. It's actually easier to control a vehicle on the moon than it is to control one on Mars, because the light time, the distance to the moon is so much less that it actually takes a few seconds for a communication message to get from the surface of the Earth to the surface of the moon. Whereas Mars can take, it takes minutes to a half of an hour just to get a message from here to there. So the benefit of having a vehicle like this for the lunar mission, that'll make it help us increase our capabilities beyond what Apollo could do, is that being able to have a habitat that can move with the astronauts will allow them to explore a lot more of the moon. They won't be as restricted to stay within an area close to their landing site. They'll actually be able to take their habitat with them and go on much longer excursions.
So this is going to go with them, right? But if they're on a day trip, I mean, could they attach a rover with them or anything? Or?
Well, actually, if Athlete and the habitat are like the robots or like the astronauts' mobile home, then the Chariot robot is like the astronaut's car or truck, right? So they would get into Chariot and possibly a small pressurized module that could ride on top of Chariot to go for short excursions. And actually there are plans for that pressurized module on Chariot to actually be able to dock directly to the habitat. So these robots are a little bit more capability than you would really need here on Earth. But you need that kind of capability on the moon because, if you're on the moon and you get stuck in a dune field somewhere, you can't call the towing company to come and get you out, right? Your robot has to be capable of getting itself out. You don't want those astronauts out there on EVA in their spacesuits, putting boards under the wheels trying to get the thing out of there, right? This robot can actually, if its wheels do happen to dig into the sand, it can pick up and start walking. It can get up high slopes, it can go where the sand is really loose, places that a truck might get stuck.
Sure, full service.
Full service, that's right.
I love it.
Okay, so one of the first missions that's going to need to be accomplished is to find ice on the moon. Now, if we do that, we should be able to use it for drinking, to make oxygen, and even make fuel. Researchers believe there is ice in the dark craters of the moon, but we're going to need a really robust rover to get to it. Scarab is the prototype vehicle that's designed to do just that. Here's Johnny to tell us more.
And one of the things NASA's testing is for a rover that can look for water or ice, and my buddy Paul is going to talk about it. So, Paul, give us the lowdown on what's happening here.
Okay, so as far as the why to go look for ice on the moon, it's, at first it sounds kind of surprising that there would be any, but there are actually these dark craters on the South Pole that never get light. The sun comes in this kind of grazing angle, never gets down to the bottom. So it's like the dark side of the moon, Pink Floyd myth. It's actually true in these things. But we've got just indirect evidence so far. We want to send something like Scarab into these craters to get direct evidence.
Really?
The useful thing about it is that you could actually break it down and use it as a resource, like not just as a consumable for astronauts, but as a fuel. So you could go there, fuel up a spacecraft, and come back, or maybe even go on to Mars.
Really? Well, tell us a little bit more about this.
Yeah, so we try to think about drilling as the main kind of driver for the vehicle. Like, have to design around this pretty big drill, something that's bigger than an inch diameter. Something that would be pretty hard to do by hand. Go down a few feet deep into the ground. And so we thought of this really slow, strong kind of machine to do this heavy task. So we designed it kind of like a donut around this drill. You can see that stand-in drill there.
Yes.
That's kind of to simulate the mass of it, so
okay.
that it feels like it's there for the rover while it drives. But then, so Scott's driving, and now you can see that this is its kind of normal pace. It's driving out now.
This fast, huh?
This is about as fast as it gets, yeah. But it turns out it's fast enough to get the mission done. I guess one of the nice visible things about it is the suspension. I mean, you're seeing this kind of all the hardware that connects between the wheels. We kind of call these the shoulders, where it rocks around those shoulder points, and then this beam connects the two sides together. So that's all passive joints. It's worked out really nicely for us. And one aspect we haven't talked about so far is the way it navigates in this total darkness. You can't just sit there and take pictures. There's no light basically coming. And it turns out if you want to take really far shots, see far in the distance, flash illumination, it doesn't work out very well. Sure. So we've been experimenting with some laser systems. So you are pointing lasers, shining out into the surroundings and seeing what bounces back. So these are two different scanners we've been experimenting with. This one's kind of been using as it's almost like a virtual bumper. It paints a laser line, a stripe out in front of it, a few feet in front of the nose, and make sure there aren't any big obstacles in the way.
Neat.
And if they are, the software sees that and responds, finds a better path. And then this is a much more complex device. It's really nice, called the TriDAR. This one's actually it can get bigger scans, like really detailed, nice 3D meshes, these 3D maps of the terrain around the rover, and then it can choose the best paths through.
So, bro, is this a test model or prototype?
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of testing out an idea for how to do this kind of drilling and driving in these cold craters, dark craters on the moon.
Like here?
Like here, a little bit, yeah. I don't know why it's so cold.
It is.
So yeah, basically, as far as the background, that NASA's Human Robotic Systems program is the one we're developing this for. They came to us with the needs, what the rover would need to do, and then and so we're at Carnegie Mellon's Field Robotics Center, and so we came up with the concept, kind of in coordination with them, and then built it last summer.
Well, thanks for your time and for everything with Carnegie Mellon and having us aboard, man.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, bro. Check it out. You see some guys in spacesuits, but not all of these spacesuits are NASA spacesuits. Some of these suits are props. Right, props from a Hollywood prop house. Let me try to explain.
All NASA spacesuits are pressurized, which makes them basically their own self-contained spacecraft. This pressurization is great when you're in a 1/6 gravity environment like the moon, but you don't need to have all the suits pressurized for this testing. So NASA had some unpressurized suits made in Hollywood. These suits are much lighter than the real suits, but can still help test ergonomics and ease of movement. A couple of other benefits of the Hollywood suit is that they'll be more comparable to the actual weight and feel of suits once an astronaut gets in 1/6 gravity. So astronauts will feel similar to the way it feels on the moon. And the suits won't have to be recharged like a pressurized suit does, so work won't have to stop as often.
Pretty cool, huh? Those suits are amazing. But obviously, real prototype spacesuits were tested as well. I'm going to throw it back out to Johnny again. He's with spacesuit technician Bill Welch to find out more about this new suit and how it's going to work on the moon.
So, I just saw you in the field wearing the suit. Can we talk about the suit?
Sure. The suits that we're running today were future lunar and Mars surface suits, test beds actually. We're trying to take and incorporate some changes into the suits that they didn't have during the Apollo days, which will enable them to be able to walk on the moon's surface rather than hop as they did before. The hopping, while worked better than walking, was fatiguing for the astronaut. It was very hard on the calves and the ankles. So in order to take and alleviate that, we've taken incorporated bearings into the hips and into the ankles of these suits to allow a more freedom of movement. As you can see, we have a bearing here, here, and here, which allows for good freedom of movement. Another thing that they don't have, that they didn't have on the A7L, which was the moon suit, was the waist bearing. I don't know if you noticed while I was walking, but there was a lot of swivel in the hip. That's really big. That makes a big difference as far as comfort and being able to move freely in the suit.
Is it really difficult to get into a suit like this?
Well, no. The cooling garment, if I can take and grab one here. Excuse me, folks. This is the cooling garment. This is what we wear on the inside. This is being flown right now. This is used in EMU upon shuttle and station. What we do is you can see all the tubing running through it. We pump cold water through that tubing to keep me cool inside the suit so I don't overheat.
No kidding.
Yeah. And as you can tell, it's fairly slick. It's a tight-fitting suit.
Right.
So we'll roll this ladder up behind. I'll take and sit on the seat. I'll hook up my water lines, which come off from right there, and then hook onto right here.
Right.
Okay. And once that is done, basically what they'll do is they'll just, my suit techs will take and grab hold of the toes of the suit and pull them forward, and I just drop right in.
Really?
And then once I'm in the suit, they'll take and finish up my connections. They'll put in my earbuds so I'll have my radio communications. My microphones are already in place. They'll hook up my shoulder pads. At that point, they'll close the back door, put on my gloves, get the airflow started, put on my helmet, pressurize me up, and out the door I go. So basically the concept of these suits is to be able to take and either A, leave them outside the vehicle and be able to put the back in. And we are just out here trying to provide the best product possible for the future of lunar surface and Mars surface exploration.
So this is basically like your own little space shuttle.
Indeed it is. It's our own little spaceship, just like the EMU out in space. Once they leave out of the airlock on the space station, they are in a spaceship. They have their telemetry, they have their batteries, they have their cooling, they have their air, they have everything. They even have the capability, should they come disconnected from the space station, to be able to drive themselves back. They have a little gaseous nitrogen rocket motor that is hooked onto them, and they're able to take and drive themselves back in an emergency situation. So yes, they definitely have their own little spaceship, and that's what we're working on, is having your own little Moon Mars rover.
Well, it's been a pleasure talking to you.
Indeed.
Thank you, sir, right?
Take care.
Most definitely.
Well, today we saw some pretty cool concept vehicles that may one day be used on the moon and on Mars. And all that harsh testing we saw, it can only make the vehicles stronger and more reliable once they actually do get on the moon. And who knows, maybe one of you watching will be driving one of these vehicles in the very near future. That's it for now. For Johnny Alonso, I'm Jennifer Pulley. Catch you next time on NASA 360.
So we mentioned the athlete was vertical.
We do it again? Yes, really.
If we have to move heavy payloads or structures around, all we really need to do is surf the wet. Ugh.
Some of these suits are props. Props from a Hollywood house out in... Do it again.
Catch you next time on NASA 360.
This is exactly the situation that...
He's with a spacesuit technician to find out how these suits are going to work and on how they're going to work on the moon.
Hey, how's it going? Let me ask you something. Have you ever taken a minute to think about how flawlessly everything must work when you go to? How do you pack for a trip like this? Nope. I can't even pack for a trip for...
the city better.
Yeah, definitely, and we can, unless you guys have already made contacts with the high school, we can reach out to them.
What were the suggestions as far as the content of the mural?
Well, there really hasn't been any suggestions or ideas brought forward when it first started, like here on the side of City Hall. They wanted to kind of highlight the diversity in LaVergne.
Yeah.
So with that being said, we're kind of open, you know, to anything. And like Ms. Ann said, any ideas would come back before this board.
Yeah.
And then once approved, or you guys make a recommendation, then we'd take it before the board of mayor and alderman.
And is that something that we can change, like a theme for each thing moving forward, so to speak?
I would think so.
Like the underpass would be something different, the water tower potentially
Right.
something different
Yeah.
too? Okay.
So it wouldn't have to be the exact same thing. And there may be a possibility, you know, that we can do both of them at the same time, the underpass and the side of City Hall here.
And I like that idea. I think that we could do both. I mean, because the kids probably, I mean, a lot of times when you hire a muralist, they come in and they have, and justifiably have their fees of, hey, I'm putting this labor into it, let me do it. Well, as with teenagers, they're just excited to leave a mark, and they're going to be doing a lot of volunteer hours. But at the same token, I do like the idea of diversity, something about diversity on the side of City Hall. I think that's what should be on City Hall, not something with the high school students. High school students, they should have free reign to be creative, and I don't think that necessarily that would be something City Hall appropriate, because I would rather it not just be the youth, but the whole community being represented on City Hall.
Right, so if we do like the underpass as a recurring senior project type of thing.
Yeah.
And we do something more professional for side of City Hall.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the artist that I reached out to about all this, she's within what our budget would be, but she also teaches painting classes. So I reached out to her about working with the high school kids just so that they could learn the process from her, and she was totally down with that because she's a teacher, so she likes to educate with that. There are some things with, like, they can't really be up on ladders and stuff, but if we're doing like a base paint with rollers, they can be out there getting it done and being part of the process and seeing what a professional artist does. But she was very well within the budget we talked about, with probably some left over for the underpass. So in her scope and in our budget, we could probably do both projects around the same time.
Okay. I like that idea.
She was really open to it too, so she's cool. She's based out of Clarksville, but you know, she's like kind of newer to the industry, so she's just excited.
Would it be possible to marry the two ideas? If we have like the high school, but they have like whoever's in charge of like the arts clubs and stuff, like if they have somebody supervising them, but also she's still kind of doing her thing with like teaching them and stuff, like is that something possible?
Yeah, totally. I think that'd probably be better for her too, because they have a familiar adult face to interface with.
And probably a lot of kids and one adult.
Right.
Yeah, there's probably gonna be, I mean, if we're doing something like this, it's gonna be a few teenagers, and one adult for that one group is gonna be a handful.
Yeah, I mean, it also depends on the interest.
We have
too.
any
It's like we could be talking about this, and then like two kids are like, I can do it.
Yeah, that's another thing. We gotta see if even teenagers wanna do something like this. We need to make sure that they're even ready to take on this kind of.
Yeah, just like an interest.
I would love to give this as an opportunity for them, but if it's something they don't wanna do, then they don't wanna do it.
Do you have contact, or are you involved with the high school art program?
I'm not, no.
You two?
This would be
Not
something where we're probably
particularly,
gonna
but
do some groundwork.
I don't mind reaching out if need be. Do you know, is your artist a he or she? I didn't catch it.
Well, Alexis, she's
Okay,
her page, if you guys want to look it up, it's Beneath Twisted Ferns. So she's got a Facebook page. She's got all of her work posted on there, and she's got a highlight reel that I was trying to pull up, but she's got really good style. And I sent her the poster as an example, and she's like, yeah, that level of detail, this is where I do it. But she has the experience to, like, you know.
Roughly what her schedule looks like, to where if it's something where
we can start to get the ball rolling. We have a meeting in April. I know that there was a timeline with the grant before June, correct?
June 15th.
Okay, so it would have to definitely be completely done before that. So if we could get the ball rolling, we'll talk a better timeline here shortly.
Yeah, that's kind of the
To
thing.
where if we can start with City Hall, and then if we have the possibility of the high school students with the arts club and whatever, and her, they kind of start with the City Hall, and then the high school arts club can branch off to the underpass, and then all of that be done before the deadline of June 15th.
Yeah, or is that biting off too much? Like, should we
I don't
try to
know,
focus on
that's what I was curious, is if that's possible, because I know the grant had the deadline.
Right.
I would rather her focus on City Hall first. I think what you're saying I'm in line with is City Hall needs to come first.
Yeah. Do we know if there's any like summer arts programs for the high school kids that like maybe the underpass could be a summer project?
Well, then I don't think that falls under the grant then.
Oh.
Is that right? Like, am I understanding
Well, I
that
don't think it has to be. I think it's just for, so the high school kids do not have to be involved. I think
Okay.
the money is up to the city to spend however they see fit, as long as it's going towards some type of beautification.
So it just has to be spent by then?
Yes.
The project can be completed slower than that?
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay.
I can find out,
We have
though.
to have it.
I mean, we could buy.
Usually-
Paint dry June 15th. Paint dry June 15th.
Yeah, usually it has to be completed by then.
Okay, that's what I was trying to think of, like, if there was a way, if we got the ball rolling now and it was like a step-by-step process, but we still would have almost 6 months from now until the grant's finished up, to where if we have, we'll say 3 months, because we would still have to get it approved by the board for her to start her portion, and then another 2 months or so for the high school to be able to start their portion, so to speak. And then that would give them their time, but we still run into it has to be done basically by June 15th.
To expedite.
And honestly, the seniors graduate May, so they're going to want to be done by May too, so.
Should we not have a meeting sooner than April to
I don't know.
give us more time?
I don't know if we have another Monday available between now and April. I know next month is a Greenway.
Historical's March.
Yeah, so April is our next available. Because there are other committees that hold meetings in here throughout the week.
Yeah. Check with Jason, he'd probably have a better idea.
I think moving forward, if we're gonna get anything before this board and then get it before BOMA, we need to come up, what is actually diversity in LaVergne? You know,
Yeah.
we need to figure out how we're gonna approach that. What do we wanna approach that? You know, you've seen all the murals of the angel wings and stuff that was brought up this morning. Do we wanna go that route? Is that really diversity in LaVergne, or is that just more of a photo op? I don't know. It's all new to us.
What
We're in the
about-
same boat you guys are, because we're like, yeah, we really don't know how to approach this.
Well, what about incorporating things that are available to all the residents in the county? The seniors, the children's sporting that they can get involved in, and scouts and whatever.
Yeah, and see, that's where like this board and your ideas would have to come together.
Right.
And then we don't want to take it over, because we want you guys to have the input. You know?
Absolutely.
We want to take y'all's vision and push it forward. We don't want to waste y'all's time and say, we're not interested in what you guys, we're going to go this route.
Right.
You know, we don't want to do that.
So then should we do the two separate possibilities, focus on the City Hall first and then the underpass just completely separate?
I think we should do it separate.
Yeah, I would almost
We don't
do
need to
that.
involve high school.
And then when it comes to the underpass, we leave that up to the kids, you know, as long as they present something to this board that's gonna be their vision of what they want to relay, unlike what's on City Hall. City Hall is gonna be the whole community. That's gonna be the senior class or that art class for that year.
So then how do we advertise it, for lack of better words, to them that that is something that they will then have the opportunity to do, so that they do have something to come present to us?
I like the idea of what you just said, the art classes, talk to the art teachers, because they know who are the artistic ones. They'll be the ones to be able to get the word out and say in their classrooms, look, you're graduating, the city is giving you an opportunity to do a great piece, and it has to be a group project. And I think we should make that deadline of, they have to, one, come up with and they can do it on their end, come up with 3 choices of their designs, and then vote on it on their end, what they like the most that is appropriate, and then bring it before us on April 17th. And then we either approve it or not. But I think as long as there's a teacher that they work with, and it's the art teacher, I think that she will have enough, she'll be able to say that this is good to be put on the city.
Okay, so who wants to reach out to the art program? You?
I don't mind, or you can do it, Tab,
I
whatever.
don't have a preference.
I'll do it, it's okay.
Let's go with you, yeah. Okay, so, and you'll reach out to LaVergne High School Arts Program and see what interest is like, and if this is even feasible for this timeline, because if it's not gonna work out for the next 6 weeks, then we can approach them again about something later on, but.
And we can just worry about it.
So you want to do it like
First thing that's more important right now is City Hall. We need to do it for the community.
Right, yeah.
But I do like how you said to kind of have that ready for then the next, so then we're not kind of stuck in this position where we're almost gonna waste the next meeting too.
I almost
So if we
think
can.
the Greenway thing might be, I don't know how big it is here in LaVergne, but like a homecoming type of event, like fall. So like the incoming senior class has something that they can do beginning of the semester. They have something they can look at all year.
And that's the thing we can think about. If we're too tight on the timeline, because I didn't really think much about the meeting timeline. If it's to where it's too late to do it for 2023, we might have to just hang our heads sadly and say it's too late for 2023. Maybe we should do this in the fall and do that as a homecoming, and they will have, or we can even present it at the beginning of the year, and they have a whole year to really think about what they want to do as a
class.
As
yeah.
a class.
So I think you're going to get some of that feedback from when you interface with the art kids, but
Yeah.
I think for now we need to kind of focus on what the content for City Hall really wants to be.
So
I didn't find much. The best I could find is a tie-in to like an Adler tree. So a large tree of some kind with diverse branches.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I got now. What else, what did you guys come up with, or what were you thinking about?
I didn't come up with any kind of ideas for the design. I'm no artist at like.
Draw my tree real quick.
But
I like the tree idea.
That's what I was actually going to suggest. So when I was coming up with ideas for artists,
Where's the tree?
I had made the post and got everybody's input, and it was like, this person lives in LaVergne, this person used to live in LaVergne, when I was getting a lot of feedback and whatnot. So I can reach out to the community the best I can, because I still think I'm fairly new here, and get other people's opinions around LaVergne on what they think is diversity in LaVergne, and kind of get some ideas that we can give to the artist. And then, I mean, she's the artist that then, you know, kind of puts
She was like wanting to
ideas
draw something today. I'm like, hang on.
Yeah.
We don't know.
They put it all the magic in place.
So what says diversity to you? Like first thoughts.
The thing is,
So many different things.
Yeah.
Nope, that just sounded
So
pretty
for
bland.
me, I think it's just that our community, the truth is that we are one big group of people that has a lot of different nationalities, a lot of different, I mean, honestly, colors. I mean, we have so
Your
much.
cliche melting pot. Yeah.
And it's a beautiful thing. I mean, we fight a lot. I mean, I won't lie, and might as well just call a spade a spade. We fight a lot, but that's because we have so many beautiful opinions and we're passionate. And so that's something that should be, instead of us just focus on it as a negative. We should focus on it and celebrate it, I think, because we do have people who are passionate about this city.
Okay, so like what's an example of somebody's, like a tangible art drawing of somebody's culture? Like, we have food, we have art, we have like design ideas, we've got language, there's some diversity there, but how do we show that in a mural? Do we take a poll of what everybody's nationalities are and try to speak to something?
Well, that's what I was gonna say, like, I would just reach out and see what other people's thoughts were, because I feel like you'll have so many different perspectives of what, yeah.
What if it was like welcome in everybody's language or something?
I like that, like in different places throughout the mural.
Yeah. I don't know the demographics enough of LaVergne to say for sure, like, oh, we have like huge Somali, population.
Good idea.
I like that though.
Yeah.
And do we want that selfie concept of it too, where somebody's walking into City Hall for some reason and they can stop and take a selfie?
Well, the only reason I like, I like the Angel Wings idea only because we are part of Greater Nashville.
Right.
And that is so Nashville. I know it's like woo girl Nashville, but we are, we're the Greater Nashville area. But I think more than that, like you said, you kind of have that selfie aspect, and I think it'll bring kind of the pride aspect of we live here, we're from here, we chose this to be home. If it's not the Angel Wings, is there another idea?
Tree branches?
I love the tree idea. If there was a way that it could be like you're leaned up against the tree, like you can lean on us, like it's a.
And then it's got this.
Ooh, I
got
got an idea. What if we put, and I mean, y'all can say this is a really bad idea if it's a really bad idea.
Stamp
But
it.
what if we do like, so if we do like a tree and that be the main thing.
Yeah.
But then decorate like the bark of it. What if we have the wings?
How about
Like their feathers?
Like
base of the
like as
tree
if it was
be like
carved
LaVergne?
into the bark.
Yes.
Like
Well,
Well,
instead
we
of
are talking about a
have all
brick
these
wall.
branches that would depict all these different nationalities, foods and everything.
I like this. I was actually about to say the same thing, but with the roots. So he was saying like, the trunk would be like LaVergne, but each of the branches be like a different nationality, or
Yes.
like you said, it can say welcome in different languages, or
Right.
however we try to,
Depict their foods and everything and their customs if possible.
whichever way we decide to like convey
That would
diversity.
show the diversity.
Okay, so Nashville has wings, we have branches.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or strong roots. So I was
And
gonna
roots,
say like
yeah.
this
Either way.
similar thing if, because strong roots is.
Well, the roots could be community and the
it's a sign
things
of
that bring us
strength.
together.
Right.
That can
And
be
then we
like
could
your love,
go-
your compassion,
Yeah.
your neighborly.
I think whatever direction you go, maybe a banner with LaVergne actually painted out on the top, and then whatever you have beneath there.
Well, the bark of the
Somebody
tree.
does take a photo op.
Okay,
You
yeah.
you could say the trunk, you could write LaVergne down the trunk.
And then you've got to get these ideas on paper, so we're gonna have to figure out who's gonna do that, so we can present them, not only to you guys, but to the board also.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like Alexis, if I gave her what we were talking about, that she would throw together a sketch for us, and we could go through kind of just some different options with her.
Well,
Yeah, and
the
if she-
artist at the school would be very beneficial for that.
Yeah. Okay.
I like it. One thing I want to also, and I don't know if it would be something she would be able to do, but is there any way to also have one of the branches maybe focus on the senior center?
Oh,
in
yeah.
some way?
I mean, we can put as many branches as we want on it. So maybe we
Yeah.
start brainstorming about that
I just
kind
know
of
that,
thing.
again, that's
About
something that we're
nationalities.
all very passionate about, is the senior center and just how we like to work with our seniors.
Do you, well, I was gonna say, do we want to reach out to the senior center and see if they have any particular things that they would like to be represented by?
Ooh, yes, we can definitely do
Like,
that.
Here's a pan of brownies, I don't know, softballs,
Yeah, banana pudding. Yeah.
something. Yeah, I mean, I think with the timeline we're working on, we want to keep it not as simple as possible, but we want to keep it moving forward. And if we do something where we can expand on it later, add more things to it, kind of get it done, get it up, get the, you know, the outlines drawn, and we can finesse it from there.
I like the direction we're headed. I think that I like the tree idea, the branches, because we are a beautiful, diverse, I mean, I'm glad that diversity is our main idea for the city hall, because
What do we think about actual, like, words?
That's where I was about to say the same thing. So are we gonna put words on each of the roots and each of the branches?
How about a flag? I mean, it's flag
Flag
symbol
can be like
on
waving.
each branch.
Okay.
Okay.
So if we got flags, food, language, banana pudding.
I would like
feel
to
like
have
the
maybe
food would be a little bit odd because we're
Food
gonna
is
be
gonna
like
be weird,
picking
yeah.
like tacos off of tree branches, and I mean, I'm like for it, but I just don't know like so many different foods. Like I don't know.
So do we want to stick more with like a nice script? I mean, I don't love word art personally, but I think for the mural it might work.
I like the idea of like the branches each. I loved your welcome in the different languages. I really liked that, but like you said, we need to find out the demographics. I love the flag idea. I think that kind of gives like a visualization to each of the languages. And I really love the roots being like strong words that we would all use to describe the community,
That could
because
be
your
like-
roots are your strong foundation.
Your government,
Okay.
industry, different things like that, or what?
Community or I don't know. I don't know off the top of my
Do
head.
you
I'm
want to
just
do the
shooting
same thing you
ideas
did
out
with
there.
when you reached out and see what like words people in the
Yes.
community think of?
Yep.
You've got high school, you've got community,
yes.
and do you want to do senior center too?
I can
Does anybody
definitely
have a
ask.
connect at the senior center?
Yeah. I can ask around.
I can get a hold of the senior center if you'd like. I have them all in a group chat.
You guys want to flip for it, or Tab, do you want something to do?
She's probably closer connected.
Okay. So Tabitha, you're doing the senior center and the community poll for root words, we'll say?
Yeah, root words.
Root words. And then kind of stick to,
Senior center, how they would like to be represented.
right. And we can bring it like 3D too, if we really, you know, if we look at it and we have enough for it, we throw a bench out there,
Create the
some hay
foundation
bales, something.
Yes.
of the
Like,
community.
bring it down off the
Somehow or
walls.
another.
You're under the tree, but you're not. That's the side of the building.
Yes.
I like this direction.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
So the tree's obviously going to be our main focal point, but what else?
Yeah.
Are we just going to have just a really big tree and then like a plain background, or are we going to try?
I was thinking about like almost like a greenery, like blue sky, just like on a hill somewhere. Maybe like I don't know, should we have buildings in the background, or what do you think?
How big of a mural are we talking about?
I think we said a 10 by 30, right?
About 30.
Yeah, it was either 30 or 40, I can't remember.
We could either
But there's
have,
two doors in the middle of it. So we kind of, like, the concept, why, a big part of why I came up with the tree was so the tree can go up and around the doors. Because it is kind of a weird thing. And again, like I was saying to her, like, this is a brick wall, so we can't do like, you know, it's got to be visible from 40 feet away. Type
what
of
about
simple type
having
of
like
thing.
clouds with the different activities that are available in the, like the park, activities for kids, football, baseball, that kind of thing.
Like a fit, like
big
a
man on the cloud.
literal basketball in the
Our old
sky.
timers thing.
So is that what you're thinking, like the actual, like instead of clouds, or like clouds as a basketball?
Have the clouds, but then put these activities on the cloud.
Okay.
What do you think?
Activity clouds.
You know, like the old timers day.
Yeah, and it may be old hat to whoever you pass this on to. They, you know, they may be able to relay it a whole lot better than us just sitting here kicking it around.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think if we get the community input, especially on
Yeah.
the root words, we can grow from there.
Yeah, I'd definitely take advantage of the whole space though, and fill it up.
Yeah.
If we can try to find things that represent LaVergne and diversity best, I think that would be most ideal to help with filling the space.
Yeah. That would be the welcome and the flag and that kind of a thing, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that one thing that we could do, so like when you were saying the background idea, so when I was thinking with background is just a tree as if we were like at a park or something, just standing out. And then you're saying clouds with activities. I really like that idea. But in like some dead space, if there is any, what are your thoughts on our mission statement really standing out? So that way that can be like, not just, or like one area can say welcome to LaVergne, but then also have our mission statement, which I need to learn it, but.
I was gonna say, what is it? How many words and how long it is can affect that.
What about instead of welcoming all the different, well, that'd be good too, but just have welcome at the very top, like a rainbow shape, and just say welcome.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that would be towards, like, if we're doing the selfie idea, that would be kind of towards the top of the bottom of the tree. So that if they're underneath it, then they have the main welcome with like LaVergne established, whatever.
And have the other ones as well.
Right, and then everything would be around that. Because we do, like, when we're doing the selfie idea, we have this much of it that we want people to take a picture of, but then we also want it to be eye-catching. So when we focus in on what they're going to hashtag, we need that space to be clear. So
You know, we should have a lot of them say hashtags.
That's what I was gonna say. We need a hashtag idea then too, if you do have selfie idea.
When you're talking about like a mission statement or something, I believe the city's mission statement pretty much is a place to call home. That's their slogan. So I don't know if you want to include that.
Okay, I like that. Short and sweet and to the point.
A place to call home?
A place to call home.
Yeah, that works. Look, it fits in my tree.
Would that be at the bottom of, the very bottom?
I mean, that's
think
completely up to y'all.
Top, bottom, hashtag it.
Yeah.
You know.
You can just say LaVergne, a place to call home, something like that.
I like that. Yeah, like, you
Or
know,
welcome
LaVergne,
home.
a place to call home. I like that.
Do you know off the top of your head what year it was established?
51 years ago.
72.
All right. Cool, yeah. I like it. 'Cause
I
it
really like
splits right in the middle there.
And the thing is that we also have to like also understand that she's gonna have some artistic freedom and she's gonna say, okay, this is what you want. She's gonna make it just.
Right. We're giving her ideas. She'll blossom it for
Right.
sure.
Yeah.
Excited to see it.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you know somebody.
Yeah, it's what I sell coffee. So one of those things through the vendor network is that you just run into people and like she was a friend of a friend of a friend. And then we started talking on Facebook and I was like, oh, I know a mural artist. So
Awesome.
here we go. All right, well, does anybody have any other diversity ideas? Anything come to anybody in the last couple of minutes?
Can't think of anything.
I'm stuck on a literal melting pot, so.
I think if you were gonna do anything else with diversity and you wanted it opened up to the kids at the high school and get their opinions or what they thought and let them put it down. I don't know
Sure.
if you wanna get, I don't know how complex we wanna get, If you're already passing ideas on to somebody else, do we want competing ideas also and then several ideas come to you guys and y'all pick the best or?
Yeah, I mean, if a high schooler, if you get the feedback from the art teacher that there's a kid that's like really into it and can have something ready by the next meeting, for sure.
Mhm.
But I'm just thinking like in the timeline to get even that announced and then to create it, like 6 weeks is a little, But yeah,
Okay.
but if they come back with it and they're like, we're really into it and they come up with something brilliant that isn't a tree, then.
So kind of like have two options presented to us about the diversity of LaVergne, kind of like give them the opportunity to make up their own idea.
Yeah,
and
if they're
present it
even
to us
into it,
on
yeah.
April 17th. Okay.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Okay.
I would say we need to steer clear of politics and religion. Don't incorporate anything like that in it.
Agreed.
I agree.
Yeah, I wouldn't think, I agree with you 100%. I don't think people would be opposed to, like, if you're talking about the roots or the branches, one of those just being faith because it's general. You're not Christian faith, Muslim faith. I think if you just went with faith, you'd be okay.
Root word.
I agree.
I think one of the root words should be family, because we're trying to focus a lot on families.
Is there something prominent in history that LaVergne is known for that we could incorporate in it?
Industrial area. You know, the co-op's been here forever.
Go into the roots.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
When the city was incorporated, you know, Bridgestone or Firestone came in probably early to mid-'70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like in the background of the poster from last week, I think the silo or something is in it as like a, just kind of a basic block drawing. Like we could do that type of level of detail, like behind the tree too. Do you guys still, are you in contact with the person that designed that still at all? Is that person interested?
Do we? The OTF posters? You're talking about the Old Timers Day posters?
Yeah, it was like real hatch print, and it was just like a guy playing guitar. Yeah. The skyline was really cool and interesting, I think, for what we could do back.
You know what, and we can get you guys copies of those of the last several years of Old Timers Day, but is that geared more towards the old, or do we want to gear it towards old and new? Can you take a combination of both of them and put them together?
Yeah.
You know, we don't want, that's the problem we're struggling with now with Old Timers Day is the branding of it, Old Timers Day. Are we running away the new residents to this area because they're not attracted to that?
Right.
You know, so I think there's a way you could do both of them, but we're not opposed to getting you guys those posters, copies of those posters and letting you see.
Yeah, who was the artist though? They might have a little more like experience, you know, if we've gone through them for other LaVergne things.
And got that. 2019 is the poster that was the first draft, and I think Big Visual did it.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not 100% sure.
All right.
So, but I can get with Ann and get that information, and then I can email you, because I've got them all saved for the last few years, starting with that one.
Yeah, because they might have something ready to go where we've already been through, like, hey, what's LaVergne known for? And they're like, oh, we've got this adder tree we've been sitting on for 2 years, so that might get us a little further, faster.
Okay, so we're figuring out more root words from the community, getting their input, kind of seeing get the creative juices flowing. I'm reaching out to the senior center to see kind of their ideas of how they would like to be represented. That's kind of the old and the new as well. Ann's gonna reach out to the arts club director to talk with some of the kids. That's again kind of bringing the old and the new together, which I love that I didn't kind of put all that together at first. I'll be honest with you, it's been a day. The 17th, is that when we are supposed to have a final draft and move it on to VOMA potentially?
I think that's what's best.
Is that what the plan is?
It would.
Okay,
yeah,
so
17th
we
would be
need,
nice.
I'm sorry?
The 17th would be nice.
Okay,
And if we need to get together between now and then in a not as formal meeting as this, we can always meet at the Parks Building.
okay. I just needed to know that was a goal. I need to, okay.
Yeah, that goes by quick.
It does.
If push comes to shove, could we not meet down here at the utility building?
What's that?
The
All-purpose building.
The multi-purpose building?
Yeah.
We could, or the library, either one.
Okay.
Outside by the wall.
Yeah, I forgot about the library having 2 meeting rooms. Okay.
So in that vein of communication, is everybody on emails, or how are we, what's the best way for us all to stay in touch if we're going to be trying to bounce ideas back and forth in the next 6 weeks?
I would think emails would be the best way, because you're going to have attachments, pictures, and so forth.
Did everybody get that last email? So you were on it, you were on it?
I was on it.
Okay, so if we just use
And
that thread,
it
I
doesn't hurt
think
my
we'll be
feelings
okay.
either way, text or email, you
Yeah.
can.
Either, but.
Yeah.
Okay, so as long as we're all still on that, we can send each other updates and see kind of where we're going with it. Because I would need the root words to feed to her and to see if the kids artists have anything input they want to put to her as well.
And are you also getting root words from the students as well?
I can.
Like, is that kind of a thing too? If we're gonna kind of all, Like
Hey,
I
do you
said,
guys
I
want to
didn't
do that?
even
And if you don't even want to do it, you guys got some more.
I'll ask them ideas for hashtags.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, get some hashtag ideas from them because kids are way cooler than us. We're all old now.
I'd be like, LVTN.
They're gonna be like, losers. My kids already think I'm lame, so it's fine.
It's fine. You're doing a good job then. All right, cool. I'm going to send a new email out in the morning to everybody because we're not part of the email thread. So if you do that, we're not going to see it. Okay. So I'll send one out with everybody involved, and then if you can just use that one going forward. Totally. All right? Okay, cool.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have a meeting before April.
No, that's what she's saying. We're gonna do the email thread back and forth
Oh, okay.
so that any ideas that pop up in between there, it's a little bit
But
less
we don't have a
formal.
visual.
That's, so in the email, when there is a visual, they'll send a picture.
Oh, okay.
And
That'll
then
work.
April 17th, we'll hopefully have a final draft that we can all thumbs up, thumbs down, and then hopefully we can move forward to.
Okay. Sound
So
like a
after the
plan.
17th, how long does it take to go to the mayor's board and all that? Is it like, yeah, okay, we're all supposed to be two and
Top
we're
of
like, oh,
everything else.
And I
Anyway.
think it's important,
That's
should we
okay.
say that we have a discussion before our vote? We shouldn't just vote on it right after they're presented. Should we have a discussion time frame in the meeting?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I don't think we're gonna present anything that's gonna be like the final
Yeah, I
draft.
think at
It'll be
that
like,
point-
oh, I like this part of hers and that part's kind of.
I don't
why is
think
there
we're gonna
banana pudding on
100%
it?
agree on everything, and I think at that
No.
point, we'll already see so many ideas that we're gonna be like, okay, I get a general idea of what she wants, and again, she's the artist, I am not.
However she's gonna do it, because I'm like, but,
Like,
Bring
as
her
long
more.
as long as she gets like our general thoughts on,
Yeah.
not paper, but, you know.
Yeah, so if we make a decision by April the 17th, we can get it on the workshop on the 27th and the meeting on May the 2nd.
Okay. So if it gets
So then it could-
approved on the 2nd, then the timeline for work start would be mid-May?
Yeah, as soon as it's approved.
Like, she could start the 3rd, essentially, okay.
Okay, so mid-May. Does it take any time for that fund to be released?
It shouldn't, because the city's gonna have to match their part anyway.
Okay.
What we may run into, if there's contracts involved, that may be a little more hoops to jump through.
Okay.
So I don't know if she would have a contract. If there's any contracts involved on the front side, if we knew that going into the workshop, and we can present all that at the same time.
So get that if we can
If there
ahead
is a
of time.
contract involved, yes, ma'am.
If she has a contract, then.
You said May 27th or April 27th?
April 27th is a workshop, and the meeting's on May the 2nd.
Gotcha.
You know, I'm just presenting this. I know that we would be giving them an opportunity to create a mural for the side of the city hall. But as far as them actually having the time to put it up, I think really we should just turn to your girl to do
Yeah.
it. Or are you saying, or when you said to offer them the opportunity to create one, are you saying like they try and come up with one and then she execute it?
Yes. Either way.
Getting their creative juices flowing, I think, is what she had meant.
Right. And again, if anybody's really even interested in it, because like if we could go to them and then they're like, you know, we're focused on college, we don't want to deal with it this late. So if there's anybody interested in it, they could either present a design that she could implement, or they could come be part of like the work crew to get experience.
Okay.
As
Rolling
far,
paint
as
on a
far as the work crew is concerned,
Mhm.
April 17th, we're gonna have commitments. People that are definitely gonna be involved in it, work with us,
And that's my
and show
concern.
up.
Yeah, she does it all by herself normally, so having anybody to help her, period, is like a leg up for her.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was where she was with the labor. I'm like, you're gonna do this all by yourself? She's like, I do it all the time. I'm like, okay.
Okay.
Is there anything we're missing?
I think that's
Any other
it.
questions?
I think we're
Do you
pretty
have any
good.
other questions? No?
Nope.
Do you guys, when we wrap up here, the two, you wanna go take a look at the wall real quick? Because I know you guys weren't here, so you can take a look at what we're
I
working on.
probably should.
Okay. Okay. Do we have to do anything to officially adjourn?
just board member comments, which you've already gone through, and then we'll just adjourn the meeting.
Do you want to do it?
Left-handed.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we recap the amazing launch and tremendous success of our physician assistant program in the College of Behavioral and Health Sciences. We preview MTSU's Black History Month activities and the work of our Intercultural and Diversity Affairs Center. And we highlight MTSU's Adult Degree Completion Program, which has helped so many people reach their educational goals. I'm Andrew Oppman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Oppman. Few academic ventures in the history of our university have had a more successful launch than our physician assistant program in the College of Behavioral and Health Sciences. Here to tell us about the overwhelming popularity of this program is its director, Dr. Marie Patterson. Dr. Patterson, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
We're bringing you back to really celebrate your success. The PA program is just doing remarkable. Can you tell our viewers some of those metrics that we're so very proud of?
Sure. Well, and I like to say it's not just me, it's a team effort, and definitely the university should be very proud of this program as well, because there's been a lot of hard work that went into creating this program. But a couple of things that we're definitely proud of is the fact that we had an on-time start date. You know, the university, years before we started, had to select a start date and turn it into our accrediting body. And of course, we could not predict that COVID was going to happen right before we started. So we could have been pushed back on a start date, but we actually never slowed down. So we were able to achieve on-time start date by a lot of hard work that happened even during the shutdown. So we also had asked for a number of 30 spots. And if we had not done our due diligence and secured, enough clinical rotations, we would not have been approved for 30, and we were approved for the number that we had requested. So, just from the very beginning, that was a very positive thing that we were able to achieve.
Overcoming so very much that really was a detriment in so many other areas, you were able to persist and make that happen, which is a remarkable achievement. So 30 slots, a lot of people applying for those 30 slots. Talk about those numbers.
Right. So the first year, and again, people didn't really know we existed. COVID kind of threw a wrench into a lot of the things that you want to do and host to kind of market your program. So we were still able to get close to 500 for 30 spots in our first year. And this second cycle, we were almost at 900. Wow. So for 30 spots.
Wow. We were talking before the program started how I wish it was possible just to flick a switch and we'd have more than 30. But the reason why that's a challenge is because of the quality and the rigor of the program. Explain what those rotations mean.
Right. So the second part of our curriculum is what we call the clinical year, and that our accrediting body requires 7 rotations, and then we do allow for an elective. So there is some selection process by our students for that one. But all of our students are required to do the 7, and they're in 7 different fields.
When we say rotation, we're actually talking about a professional experience.
Yes.
Where I, as a student, will enter into a healthcare environment, seeing, interacting, working with healthcare professionals, but also patients, right?
Correct. Yes. So it's a 6-week immersive experience. So whatever their schedule is like, that's what their schedule. So if they're a hospitalist and they're 7 on, 7 off, then our students are working 7 12-hour shifts in a row, and that's what they're doing. If it's a situation where they're with somebody who's on call, they're also on call. And so they follow whatever full-time schedule the preceptor has for that 6-week experience. And yes, they do have hands-on patient care, they're doing procedures, they're doing the physical exam, all of those things while they're students on these rotations.
And that allows the varied rotations, allows them to maybe make some career decisions, right?
Yes.
This is what I'd like to do. So you've mentioned a few of them, but what are some of those ranges of those experiences?
So PAs are trained as generalists. We don't specialize. So a lot of those 7 are chosen to kind of cover all the basis of generalist medicine. So you've got family practice, internal medicine, pediatrics, emergency medicine, surgery, women's health, mental health. And so those are some of the 7 required rotations. And then you do have an elective. So if somebody is starting to get an idea of, I think I would like to be in this specialty, or maybe I would like another family practice rotation to see if that's where I want to be, then they get some choice in the elective.
What are the things that you look for as someone that has to go through all of these applications? What's the thing that you admire and gets you
It's a very difficult process, and every school is different. We kind of value the fact that we have a holistic process built in. So it is not strictly GPA focused, or a lot of schools require the GRE. We do not. We take a holistic approach. So if for every applicant that meets our minimums, and I think this is huge and sets us apart, you are having a faculty member do a complete review of your entire application, which is a lot of time on our part, but we're very dedicated to that process. And so a lot of schools, they have a posted minimum in certain areas, but they're not necessarily reviewing every application that meets all the minimums. We do. And so we're able to have a really diverse class in that regard. So we highly value a lot of different aspects of an application. So there's a lot of time and energy on our part that goes into sifting through almost 900 applications.
Dr. Patterson, thanks for joining us, and congratulations on what a great launch of this program.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner, now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
So many men and women that have served that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU celebrates Black History Month in February with a wide selection of events on our campus. Danielle Rochelle, Director of our Intercultural and Diversity Affairs Center, gives us a preview of the month and the work of her center throughout the year. Danielle, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
We're glad to have you for the first time on Out of the Blue.
Yeah.
So you're new in your position. So let's talk for a minute about exactly, if I'm a brand new student, brand new parent of a student, what is Intercultural and Diversity Affairs? What do you offer? What are the services you provide? What are the activities you host?
So I think the easiest thing for me to explain for Intercultural and Diversity Affairs is our space. A lot of students don't really know why our space is there, how they can use it, and who it's for. And so what I always tell students when they come in is that the space is for them.
We're going to talk about Black History Month in just a second, but you offer events throughout the year, right? What are some of those events do you offer?
So typically in the fall semester, we offer our Rep Your Roots talent show. We have our Hispanic Culture Night. A lot of those events that we've had in the past, I'm also planning to expand. And so I'm always looking to work with other student organizations and other departments on campus to make our events bigger and better, or to add on to what we're already doing.
Which is great. Two very popular events. Black History Month, this is the month of February we're in right now, and you're already off and running. But let's begin with the place to find them all. Where do I go on the web to find out what's scheduled?
Online, you can go to mtsu.edu/AAHM for African American History Month. There's a list of our events.
There's so many events. We could spend the whole program, all 30 minutes, on everything you're planning, but there are certain things that are tradition at MTSU, and always the annual Unity Luncheon is one of those, 27th year. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. So this month we are hosting our 27th annual Unity Luncheon, my very first Unity Luncheon that I'm planning. I've been a part of the Black History Month committee for several years, but this is the first time that I'm in that lead role. So we're gonna have J.B. Smiley Jr. He is a Memphis City Councilman as well as an attorney from Memphis, Tennessee, and he's gonna be speaking during the luncheon, and we're going to honor our unsung community heroes as well as an unsung staff.
Very popular and very looked forward to by members of the MTSU community.
Oh, absolutely. I think the reputation of this event has been mind-blowing for me to kind of see the ticket sale side of things. Because I was nervous going into it, to be totally honest, but the support of this campus has been outstanding. And so it was one thing that those nerves went out the window immediately.
And the date for the Unity event is?
Unity Luncheon is going to be February 8th.
February 8th. We've got several student highlight events as well, and Showtime at the Apollo always gets a lot of attention. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So Showtime at the Apollo this month is going to be at Tucker Theater, which I think offers a really great space for students to showcase their talents on a stage. And this one, it's a very high energy event for students because they get to interact with the performers are interacting with the crowd. We're gonna have judges who are there to make sure students get their awards for their talent. Just a really great high energy.
It's amazing. But you've also got the Elegance Gala. Can you describe that for our viewers?
Yes, so the Elegance Gala, originally it was a sneaker ball, but through some student feedback, they wanted it to be a 100% formal event, which I think would be great for students who may have missed out on their formals in high school because of COVID. And so I'm really excited because it's always nice to have an excuse to dress up and go out. You know, everybody loves that.
So, okay, let's not get too far away. The dates for the gala is?
The gala is going to be on February 17th.
Okay, and Showtime at the Apollo?
It's going to be on February 23rd.
That's good. You're passing the pop quiz. This is great. There are several prominent speakers throughout the month, and one fairly recent addition to the roster. Can you just talk about our new friend?
Yes, one of the speakers that's a surprise, but an exciting surprise, is Dr. Cornell West. He will be here on February 24th.
That's incredible. Nationally known. We're honored to have him on campus, but you've got several other speakers as well.
Yes, absolutely. Although Dr. Cornell West is a great treasure to have on campus, he was not originally identified as our keynote speaker, but he's going to be a part of a mini-series, is what I'll call it. He will be the Friday before our keynote speaker, Ilyasa Shabazz, on that following Monday, February 27th.
And of course, the daughter of the late Malcolm X and Betty Shabazz. So that's very, very appropriate as a keynote speaker. Talk about those kind of opportunities for collaboration. What's your vision of that? How you would like to see the center more involved in those existing events?
So one of the things that we've worked really hard with doing is making sure our student organizations are involved. Because although I trust my instincts, I don't always know what younger students want to see happen on campus. And so one of the student highlight events, the Black Elegance Gala, we're going to have the Black Student Union help out with that event as well to make sure that they're pulling in those student components that they want to see happen, as well as panel discussions that they came up with entirely on their own.
Good.
We also have some additional music events that student organizations have approached us about, career fair events. So there's a wide range of things that students have approached me and my program assistants about that they want to see happen on campus.
Wonderful. So how do I find out more about the center? Where do I go online?
So online, you can go to mtsu.edu/IDA.
IDA. And or Black History Month specifically?
Absolutely. It is mtsu.edu/AAHM, so African American History Month.
Fantastic. Danielle, congratulations.
Thank you.
Big job on our campus, an important part of the student union and part of the campus that you're overseeing. And I appreciate all these wonderful events coming up in the month of February.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andrew.
And we'll be right back.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU is a pioneer in the area of adult degree completion, and we continue to help adult learners of all ages and all walks of life reach their educational goals. Hunter Patterson from University College visits to tell us several success stories from this program. Hunter, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Andrew.
Love your hairstyle.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
we see the same
Looks
guy.
good on you. So we're going to talk about something I'm very proud of, the adult degree completion program. But why don't you tell just the elevator speech of why it is so laser focused to help people reach their goals?
Well, first, thanks for recommending so many students like you have throughout the years. You've given us a lot of great students to become part of the True Blue family. But the biggest advantage here is we have so many people that come into this program that have tons of job experience. They start working right out of high school, or maybe they went to a little bit of college and they stopped because they had some big life event that sort of made them pause their education. And then they come back and they have 15, 20 years of experience. And luckily here at MTSU, we can offer them credit, college credit, earned college credit for all of that experience that they've learned in the workforce, whether it be through certifications, on-the-job training, anything like that, military service. And we can give them college credits called Prior Learning Assessment, PLA is what we call it. And we see so many adults take advantage of that, and they save time, money, because they go through a course. And you know about this. They go through a course and they document all of this training. And at the end of this 3-hour standard course that they pay for, they're awarded credit. And I think we're going to see a video. Melissa Rogers, she's 35, almost went to MTSU when she was 18, decided to take a different path and join her family business in the trucking industry. And then she came back, went to Motlow, and she got 30 hours of credit and saved $11,000.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So she has a 10-year-old son. She was able to balance all that out. Obviously, saving 30 hours of class time was huge for her because she's a single mom working. She's a VP of a company. She has huge responsibilities, and she wanted to get that degree just because she set a goal for herself when she was 18.
That's great.
And we're able to help people like that out every single day.
That's great. Well, let's hear her story.
God, why do I love MTSU? I think the experience overall, right? It's not one thing. The professors I've had, although online, have been available anytime I've needed something. So I started in transportation right out of high school. I started with a company called Seva Logistics and started as a dispatcher. Early on, I realized that I could connect with truck drivers pretty easily. I do not have the type of career that I can take 2 or 3 hours out of the middle of the day to go to a class. That was the game changer in it all, and what really kind of accelerated my path at MTSU was I was able to get 30 hours through the PLA. It's a program that you can take your work experience and applies credit hours for MTSU. It is a lot of work. It's labor intensive to go through and build out your portfolio. I was able to connect with my old, vice president, CEO, and they wrote letters that, really kind of validated the work I had said I had done on the portfolio. I was hesitant to ask for the 30 when I put my portfolio together because I felt like it was a lot of hours to ask to be given. And sure enough, I received the 30 hours, and it reduced it by 2 full semesters. So I originally started back in school in 2014, and I probably had maybe 24 hours, but MTSU was always the goal for me. As an adult, am I still capable of learning in a classroom environment? That obstacle was probably the hardest of all of them, was just, can I do this as a working adult with a family and commitments and a house? So I think the biggest thing is to stay well organized. You can't let it go any one day, right? You don't have to think about all 120 hours today. It's truly one step at a time. We can do more than we think we can. For my son to see me finish this and see this through has been a big win. And I hear these people talk, and they'll talk about how their kids were super supportive when they went back to school. That was not my experience. He complained a lot. But you know, as I've gotten closer to the end, and when I filled out my intent to graduate, even he wanted to go with me to turn it in, right? Like, he has really gotten excited about the end of this journey. And you know, him seeing me do this as an adult, I think reiterates for me, and I hope it does for him, the importance of doing this now. As he finishes out his schooling and he's ready to choose a university, that he doesn't decide to put it off. I think it has been a really good experience for me to remember, because as we go through our careers, I think we forget this, is that we can do hard things. We always have a little more time than we think we have, and we always have a little bit more in us to give than we believe we do.
Hunter, that's an inspiring story, and I know you've got many of those stories, but I want to pivot for a second, because one of the things that I admire so much about this program is that we've been very persistent and insistent going after students with some college credit and showing them how it's so possible through this program, the flexibility of online learning, how they can basically design some of the things that they're interested in pursuing in their course options, but taking that credit they have and pushing them across the finish line.
So yeah, one of our main degrees is called integrated studies. It doesn't have a more specific name because the student can make it whatever they want. They can essentially build their own degree. The student comes to us and we ask them to give us 2 areas of emphasis that they choose with their advisor. Those areas of emphasis can be, you know, business and agriculture if they wanted. And they take a collection of classes from both of those, and they eventually graduate with a bachelor's in integrated studies. But so often, like you said, Andrew, we have these students come to us with 80, 90 hours of college credit, and then something happened, like they have children or they get a really great high-paying job. I talked to a female student last semester. Her name is Michelle, and she's 46 years old, been working since she was 18, but went to college, got 90 hours, had a kid, stopped going, and then she decided to come back, and she was looking around all over the place. And even though she lived in Murfreesboro, she was looking to see what fit best for her, and MTSU was one of the only places that accepted a bulk of her credits. Many college after college told her that she would have to almost start over because it had been 25 years since she attended a college class. At MTSU, she only had to retake like 1 English class.
Wow.
And then she was able to get in those core classes that she wanted, and she actually enrolled in our applied leadership program. And you actually know this one. We called a guy when he was at Bonnaroo. We didn't know that he was at Bonnaroo. We called him at Bonnaroo, and he answered the phone, and he was working. And we said, "Do you know you can graduate if you take these 2 classes?"
2 classes.
Yeah, and now he has a PhD, like 3 years later.
Yeah, it's one of the great stories from your college.
It's insane, yeah.
And he made a successful career. Always gnawed at him that he didn't have that completion.
Yeah, we always say, you know, finish faster at MTSU, and it really is. I mean, we have accelerated courses. All of these courses are online. In many cases, if you choose integrated studies, we try to help adults find those online classes so they can be flexible because they do have responsibility.
Hunter, I know you've got a website.
Yes.
Where all of these questions are answered. Where do I find it?
mtsu.edu/finishnow. So if you want to finish your degree, just head to .edu/finishnow.
That's great, and it takes you all the answers, takes you all the links you need to go further.
Absolutely.
Hunter, thanks for joining us, and congratulations. It's a great program and a real pride point of the university.
Yeah. Thanks, Andrew.
And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. I'm Andrew Ottman, broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
The award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tennessee Wildcast. We're glad you're tuning in. Thanks for watching, for listening. We got another show, great show lined up for you today. We are back at the Cumberland River Aquatic Center in Gallatin, Tennessee.
Yes.
Don King helping me co-host.
We're 3 for 3 here, you know?
Yeah, we come to a great place like this, we got to keep it rolling.
Oh, I know it. I know.
If you haven't watched or listened to the last couple of weeks, you need to go back and do that.
Definitely.
To just check out those shows, learn more about this facility. We really touched on the history and kind of where it's come from and what it is today. And then we've also touched on the life cycle of mussels and just mussel history and things like that. Today we're going to touch on mussel production and the work that Dan and Jason and the crew over here behind us are doing in this facility. So I'm excited to have you guys back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is Dan Waugh and Jason Wisniewski, and I'll let them do a quick introduction on their title and what they do for the agency. That way I don't miss anything, and we'll jump into what's happening here. But Dan, I'll let you start.
All right. I'm the biologist and also the manager for this facility in CRAC, or Cumberland River Aquatic Center, since 2015. After I spent 12 years at Virginia Tech as the manager for the Freshwater Mollusk Conservation Center. And since then, we started the mussel propagation program placed in Tennessee.
Yes.
Right.
Right. We're glad to have you in Tennessee for sure. Jason, go ahead.
I'm Jason Wisniewski, the Mollusk Conservation Coordinator here with TWRA, and basically I compliment Dan as the the field component of the work that she does, and I help her to find the broodstock, collect broodstock or fish, or do anything that she may need to.
She's the boss.
Well, yeah, she is the boss. No, we're.
I don't know who boss who.
Yeah, we just it's one of those things. Nobody's a boss. It's just the species and the resource are the boss, and we just do whatever we can to protect and enhance it.
That's cool. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. Good team here. Good team all the way around.
And everyone who works in wildlife, that's what they're working for, to protect it, enhance it, make it better. That's awesome. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
All for the animals.
All for the animals.
Yep.
Yeah, that's great. CRAC, we've touched on it. Cumberland River Aquatic Center. At one point, it was in a smaller shop out back here, or further up, I guess, a little bit. And we're on the property here at Gallatin Fossil Plant, Steam Plant. We had some raceways and a vision of David Sims. We got those up and running a few years, and then they needed that property back, so they built us this facility with partnerships between TVA and Corps of Engineers and Fish and Wildlife Service and all kinds of people, and now we have this where we are able to produce these mussels, propagate these mussels, and get them back into the system.
That's right.
The ones that are endangered, and even ones that aren't, we're able to get those back and add more out there. So that's what we're going to talk about today. So real quick, we're going to summarize the importance of mussels. What's the role of that mussel out there?
All right. And probably you do not really often realize how do they do, in our lifetime, but they are very important in our ecosystem because the freshwater mussel, they are filter feeder, and they remove all the particles and from the water system for us. So that means they are cleaning our water for us.
Yeah.
And the other one is they are water quality indicate because they have the limited of the movement. So if there's anything happening in the ecosystem, and they are the one firstly got impact. So if there's something happen, you see there's the mussel, die off. That means the ecosystem is going on that is wrong. So that, and also, for the mussels, and that's beyond the ecological importance. There's also commercially important as well. Some species, they can make jewelries, or they can make button, or they can make the pearls as well. And that is some of the species they can play this role, for us. So that's why we love them. And the most important thing is the Endangered Species Act is like a foundation, and you may be able to lose 1 or 2 species. The building still be okay, the foundation still be okay, but when you lose 20% of the species or the parts of the foundation,
right,
that building is disabled. So that's kind of we don't want loss all those species.
Much bigger impact.
Exactly. That's kind of they play the great role in the whole ecosystem.
Well, and as Jason mentioned in the earlier show, it's one of the most diverse areas,
right,
for mussels. So the Southeast, not just Tennessee, but all across Georgia and Alabama and different areas that it's important that we protect these species and make sure they're still around and keep our waters healthy and clean and filtrated. And I mean, it plays a big role, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something I like to mention to folks. Like these mussels are out there. They live in the bottom of your rivers and streams, and they're filtering the algae. Well, that algae is food for your little zooplankton stuff that's crawling around out there that you don't even see, you can't really see, but that's what your larval fish feed on. Those larval fish turn into big fish. Those turn into bait for your bass, your, whatever fish you like to fish for.
Yeah.
That affects everything through the entire food web. And as those mussels filtrate and do their jobs out there, they are basically having a trophic cascade in the watersheds that can affect everything. Even if you have no interest in mussels, it might be affecting other stuff. And then of course there's other things that as we do more research, we might find that mussels are really important for. We know so very little about what the importance of a lot of species are for us or for the natural environment, but who's to say that some time down the road somebody doesn't do some research on mussels? I've never seen a tumor on a mussel. Maybe it can occur, but maybe there's some key there to curing cancer.
Yeah, you never know.
That's why we don't want to see these things go away, because they serve all sorts of purposes. And one of the things I always like to say is somebody much smarter than me put them there, so it's not my job to question them.
It's just your job to protect them.
Take care of
That's
them.
right.
Yeah.
Take care of them.
And as Dan said, you know, it's kind of they can be the canary in the coal mine, so to speak, as far as aquatic things go. You know, when you see issues with mussels not surviving in a certain watershed or a certain area of a stream or river, then you look deeper. You say, well, what's going on here? So it's
you know, and one of the things that I think this will be a good segue into the this episode is that you know, a lot of times what happens is these mussels can be fairly resilient to where you'll see adults staying in a particular reach river. Everything's doing great, and then one day those animals just blink out. And you think, okay, it's some problem that's happening right now, but actually the problem happened 20, 30 years ago because they weren't reproducing.
Oh.
And whenever that reproduction stops, there's nothing to replace those older animals. And that's kind of where propagation facilities like CRAC come into play, in which we can actually produce some of those juvenile mussels to put them out in these rivers that might not be having good reproduction, especially once we find out what was harming the rivers or harming the waters to where they weren't reproducing naturally.
Yeah.
So that's really where the value of facilities like this really come into play.
Right, right.
Well, Dan, do you want to kind of elaborate on that and talk about the processes here and kind of how maybe Jason's collection, and he brings in the brood, and then you're working with these mussels to propagate them?
Yeah, the main thing here is the process or just for here to happen, there's two things going on right now. Is the one is using the natural mussel life cycle, and we need to get the fish and get the mussel for them to in here in-house for the propagation and get them produced, and based on the species what we trying to work with.
So it's that's the natural cycle, trying to give them the best elements they have here to reproduce.
Yeah. And the other thing is which we have been working on that since I got here since 2015, graduate work from the, for setting a laboratory for the in vitro culture. So the in vitro culture is apply the cell culture techniques and then produce the juvenile mussels in the petri dish and not have to use any fish as a host.
Okay.
So that way, because lots of time and you will have the challenging find the right fish host for the species, and all the same hosts, they could work at a certain distance, but they cannot produce good number of the juvenile mussels for you. So that way, if we could, use that technique into this propagation of the fresh mussel, that would be ideal. So that was this year, and I had tried over 9 species I worked with using the in vitro culture and success, and we produce more juvenile mussels through the in vitro culture.
Wow.
So the vitro culture, which is if you Google it, you will find basically you have to have the basic medium, and you have to have the nutrients from animal, which we use the rabbit and the horse. You'll never get the link between the fresh mussels and the horse. But in this in vitro culture, you can use that, and they worked great. And I think probably the horse is the first time we have been used for the in vitro culture of freshwater mussels. And then
so the rabbit and the horse,
and it's their blood, right?
That's blood.
Okay. And you mix that with?
Mixed with the basic medium. And also we need to put antibiotics, because otherwise you'll get contaminant going in the petri dish, right? So with that, and put them in the petri dish, put them in the controlled environment, which is incubate for certain days. Then they will have the development of everything. The organs start with, until they develop everything until the foot developed. So that's the time you can get them out, and then they become juvenile mussels. And that's kind of, cool stuff. and you do not have to follow all those natural life cycle and just use the in vitro culture techniques to produce the juvenile mussels.
That's cool.
And one of the real benefits of that is, and Dan kind of talked about that life cycle of the mussels. Whenever you're dealing with mussels, you have to be able to hold those animals to keep them alive, the mussels themselves. Then you have to also hold those fish. And whenever these mussels infest the fish, it's actually a parasite that's going on there. So you're inducing an additional stress onto those fish that makes it difficult to hold those fish and keep them alive, keep them disease free. That's whenever diseases set in, is whenever animals are stressed.
Right.
So if we can remove that whole component, that is one thing that can make her life a lot easier when it comes to propagation. So
yeah, this is still during the research, because of the CRAC, also a research center. So this is another study, see if the progeny would be any different from the fish or from the mussel. Had been studied before, and but it's just a certain limited level. So we still continue to compare the juvenile mussels from the fish host or from the in vitro, and see if there's any genetic difference for the generations. But I believe this would be the goal, for some species. Even you do not find their host fish, you do not know if what the host for them. So, but at least we can have them grow out, in the in vitro.
Yeah.
And before they down, you cannot wait until one day you say, oh, we already lost them because we didn't get any host fish for them. And we tried, we couldn't find a host fish. But if we use the in vitro culture technique, we get them into the in vitro and then we produce them.
Right. At least have something. Yeah.
Yes.
And then, like you said, compare those species and see.
Yep.
I think it's amazing. It's groundbreaking things happening right here in Tennessee, which is cool.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Very cool. And the percentage rate that's coming out, I mean, you're having success, right? With
yes.
these, they're surviving. What's that? Was it like 98% or something like that?
You mean the recap monitoring, or you're talking about?
Well, as you're growing these mussels and releasing, you're able to release.
Yeah,
good numbers.
Let's start from the production. Since we started the mussel propagation work, it's about 252,000 juvenile mussels has been produced.
Right. Okay.
Representing 19 species, and of those 19 species of freshwater mussels, 14 are federally listed endangered. So it has been produced, and then over 20,000 mussels have been restored in Tennessee, and a few portion of them we also give the other states and for their restoration work when we have the extra mussels produced. So we're doing that.
That's awesome. So 252,000
yes
juvenile mussels, 19 species since 2016 have been reintroduced or put back.
Yeah, and because when we started, because everything when I got here is just the building. So the time when you start to work with the mussels, you still start to build all the system at the same time. So it's kind of pretty new facility, but I think I'm proud we could produce that good number of the fresh mussels since then. And one of the species I want to mention is the pale lilliput. That had been considering already extinct in Tennessee, and back to 2015 they found a small population in Lake Creek.
Okay.
And then 2016, because I got here by end of July, so that's already past that propagation season, so I didn't get a chance to work with this species. And 2016 and Dunhab, and I found this species again, and he brought me 10 individual of this, pale lilliput.
10 of those, okay.
Yeah, then he said, can you work with this one? I said, oh yeah, I would love to. I know that we don't have it in Virginia. So start to work with that species 2016. produced 4,000 of those juvenile mussels out of that batch. So
Wow.
that number is kind of so exciting. And then also we got those results sent to Fish and Wildlife Service. And that's how I be able to bring in $1 million for CREC to do the propagation and the restoration of freshwater mussels. And I think that's kudos to the first batch out of the paralytic put, which produced back 2016.
Yeah. That's awesome. So you all propagate these. Do you mark them? Do you tag them? Do you make sure you know where they are and be able to track them and follow up on these animals?
Yes.
These mussels? Yeah.
We do, because once all those mussels get to the taggable size, that's the time we get them tagged or labeled before we put them out.
Okay.
So we have different tagging techniques. One is use the kind of plastic piece we call whole print tag, and then for the if we have a large number, we'll just label them with the blue dots. And then all of the endangered species, if not tagged with another one as a pit tag, we will take portion of that using the pit tags, because that's kind of costs a little bit more money to pit tag them.
Oh, yeah.
Before we get them back. So that will help us to recapture them for the monitoring program, because the purpose for restoration is we want to make sure the restored population, they are healthy, and the population is growing, and that's how you all can get those information from the recapturing of those mussels. That's what we tag them for sure before we put them out.
Just to add to what Dan said with the pit tag she was mentioning, that stands for passive integrated transponder, which is a fancy way of saying that we chip our mussels the same way you would with a dog or a cat.
Yeah.
And then we can actually tell those individuals and track them, and it's actually pretty cool, some of the stuff that she's developed and worked with those pit tags to you don't even actually have to handle the animals if you don't want to, if you want to see if they're even still there. So
that's right. Yeah.
That was the back. I did my PhD monitoring those released populations of freshwater mussels back in Virginia. So that's the first time I applied the pit tag on the freshwater mussels, and then we applied on the one endangered species I used for my PhD study. And after I used the pit tag, and the recapture rates from below 5% to over 98%.
Wow.
So that's how, and now I think pit tag has been used everywhere for the mussel, tagging.
That's that 98% I was looking for.
Yeah, that's what I saw from that.
Detection, yeah, the detection rate. That's cool, and that's the same type of tag we use in our fish too, right?
Yeah.
Pit tags are used in fish, and
yeah, exactly.
It does make it easier to find them. So just recently, you guys were out collecting and doing some work with those mussels. What was that work? I saw some pictures. You had bunches of them you had collected, and is that some of the post collection and things that you're working on?
Yeah, that's the part of our monitoring program.
Monitoring, yes.
So
Okay.
we do that every year, and especially for restored population, because that's what we want to make sure they're doing okay. And that's the picture you saw. That's the one we collected then through the pit tagging. You have the detect. You saw the detector over there, and by the time it's hard to find them.
Yeah.
If you do not use the pit tag.
Yeah.
And then when you use the pit tag, you find them, you locate them. You also find the ones without the pit tag at the same time. So that's the picture you saw those.
Okay, and then if they're not pit tag, that's success there. That's a
yeah. Because you just need to know the portion of your released population, be able to do your modeling stuff.
Yeah, so that's the really cool thing this year is Dan was out doing some of the monitoring. Actually, even I guess it was Don Hubbs, who's a retired mussel biologist here. He was out doing a survey on the Duck River, and he picked up a small juvenile pale lilliput, and it wasn't tagged. So that was obviously one that
good news
that came from recruitment of the animals that they'd put out. And then when we were at the Duck River this year, I guess it was this fall, we picked up at least one more there. And so that's really cool. When you start seeing those animals recruiting into the population, that's the success you want to see, because we don't want to be putting these animals out forever for an individual population. Otherwise, we just kind of have a put and take muscle population. But if we can actually head start them to where they can start producing their own animals and produce a viable population, that's what builds another population that meets the check boxes, I guess, in the recovery plans for ultimately delisting these species.
Yeah.
That is the species we talked about, pale lilliput. That's the one we target for delist or downlist.
Yeah. I bet that's rewarding to be out there and see that. And
that's the most exciting thing to see the recruitment.
I'd say it's very emotional for you guys. I mean, you work on those all the time.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, I had down here to talk about some of the gear and things that you use out in the field. What, I'm sure there's for collection and sampling. I know you're out with shockers getting the fish, and there's cool technology y'all get to use out there and in the labs.
Yeah, mostly when we collect the fish, we use the backpack shock, that kind of thing. And then also get the help from our hatchery. They usually produce the fish, so I will collect the host fish from them. Eagle Bay Hatchery and the Springfield Hatchery, and our lake crew guys like Pat and his team, and Mike from the Region 1, the team, because they do the sampling all the time. They will, provide us some host fish as well. So it's that's back to what I said. It's just a family, and everybody help each other.
Everybody works together.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah.
And so for in order to get the mussels, what we do a lot of times, of course, it's the same thing. We do it's that family effort. We have all of our regional folks that come out and help, folks from here, folks from all over, and we'll go out to the rivers, and in a lot of cases, most of your rare mussels are going to be in water that's less than knee deep. That's just the ideal habitat, and that's why a lot of them aren't so common anymore either, because a lot of the reservoirs and the damming of rivers has just caused inhospitable habitats for them, but driven away the host fish as well. But so in that shallow water, we can go in there and snorkel or hand collect, do that kind of stuff. But occasionally, if we need to go get some of the bigger river species, something like the Tennessee River, we have specialized boats that we can go out, actually dive down to the bottom.
Yeah.
We got surface air supply diving equipment, so you can get down there, and you don't have to have a tank and all the stuff that can be a little bit of a pain when you're diving. But you just have that air hose running down, and you just the air is going to come down through there, and you can have a lot more time without having to go get tanks filled, and it's just a very beneficial way of collecting these animals. But a lot of times, if you can't see anything, you're down there just feeling in the dark, and things that go bump in the night, it's kind of one of those deals. You might as well have your eyes closed, but you just reach around and feel what you can, and sometimes you can see it, and you can kind of figure out what you have there and bag it and bring it to the surface. And then once we get those, we bring them back here where they can be held, and then when the time's right, whenever we get the host fish, everything else is going right, Dan can work her magic to infest them and grow them out, and hopefully get them out there so we can keep those populations going.
Awesome.
Yeah, lucky we have our dive team, and would be able to do that, because I'm not certified, and only some people can do the river dive. We call scientific dive. It's different as other kind of dive. I'm open water certified, but not for the scientific dive.
So it all everybody works together. Got good teamwork.
Yes.
It's been amazing to hear how these processes work and the work that you guys are doing. It's great, and how y'all work together. I would encourage folks, if you're out in these small streams and rivers, to keep your eyes out, and if you see them, that's cool. Would you suggest not touching, not handling, but just to observe them and And
that would be best. They don't really like being disturbed, so if they're alive, sometimes when you handle them, you can cause some disturbance. The other thing that a lot of people aren't aware of, there's a lot of endangered mussels, and handling them without the appropriate permits is a violation of law. So you're better off just to leave them be and observe them from a distance. Same thing with shells that you see there; those are parts of endangered species, or could be parts, and that would be a violation as well. So,
but while you're out there, enjoy seeing them and notice these things around you. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But remember, they're endangered and can be, and it's good to leave them alone. But just enjoy Tennessee wildlife. Get outside.
Thank you guys for all you do. This is an amazing,
for all you do too.
Amazing facility and just great team, and appreciate you guys very much.
Thank you very much.
One of the things I just wanted to throw out there, this is a great facility that a lot of people wouldn't know about without programs like this. So thank you for getting the word out there.
Well, thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, this is Tennessee Wildcast. We'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Workshop. It is February 2nd, 2023. It is 6:30 p.m. The prayer on Tuesday night will be with Vice Mayor No. The Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Hobbs. Everyone should have a copy of the minutes from the January 5th, 2023 regular meeting. We will have departmental reports, and then we have first reading ordinance 2023-01, an ordinance to amend Title V, Chapter 4 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding purchasing. And I want to say we discussed this last month. This shouldn't be first reading. That's just a typo. This is second reading. But we discussed this last month. This was just an overhaul and updating of our purchasing rules and regulations. Does anyone have any questions on that? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. First, we have approve or reject city bids and purchases. Ms. Felicia.
Good evening, Alderman Mayor. First on the agenda here is the Badger water meters. That is a sole source because of our software. let's see which one, I try to put them in order. The chemicals for the sewer, as you can see, that's a significant increase, but we don't have a choice. They are gonna look into options, but those options could damage pipes, so we're gonna do our best to hold that back, but wanted to bring that before y'all because this is a Metro requirement for our sewer to go to Metro. We have the traffic signal and high mast lighting maintenance bid. This is for all traffic signal lighting and the high mast out at I-24. We only had one bid, but this is the second time we bid it. Last time we didn't get anybody. And then we have the leak detection. And as you can see with the quotes, that one, any questions?
And Richard's Leak Management, that's the group we've been using. A
We've
gentleman,
been using them all along.
gentleman we commonly refer to as the water whisperer. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he has done a good job. We've got he's got it down.
Oh, yes. Yes, he's found very small
It's-
leaks and very large leaks over the years.
So he's done a really good job.
Does anyone have any questions on the bids, purchases? Thank you, Felicia.
Thank you.
Next, we have the approve amended street lighting agreement with NES for the installation of LED street lights. And this is similar to the Middle Tennessee Electric one that we did last month. So this is tied to the PATH street lighting, where we're updating all the lights in the city to LED. Does anyone have any questions? And the underappreciated or the undepreciated capital costs for this that we'll have to pay NES is $369,940.79. Next, we have approved purchase agreement with Big Man Geophysical LLC to conduct a ground penetrating radar investigation at 399 Stones River Road for the Tornado Safe Room project. This is tied to that FEMA Safe Room project that we've been working on down near the senior center. And as part of that, we have to do some archaeological surveying of that property. They've already done some initial work that could be approved by city staff, but due to the cost of the ground penetrating radar portion, that needed to be brought back to the board. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. D, approve facility use agreement with Julianne Holbrook for the Zumba program. And this is just a regular agreement with them that we've done in the past for Zumba services at the multipurpose building. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to E, approve facility use agreement with Aaliyah Bigsley for the dance and majorette program. Again, this is another multipurpose building facility use, and we do these usually every year. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have approved facility use agreement with Jacqueline Dixon for the Jazzercise program at the multipurpose building. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to G, approved contract with Pyro Shows Incorporated for the Independence Day fireworks display. We're entering into our third and final year of our contract with this group, so they do our Independence Day celebration. Does anyone have any questions? H, ratify the approval of a memorandum of understanding with Motlow State Community College for the fire department emergency medical technician training. And this is just training for our firefighters, and total cost of this is $11,200. This is part of the budget for the fire department. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to I, approve and authorize the police chief to sign the Rutherford County, Tennessee Child Protective Investigative Team and Child Protective Investigative Management Team interagency agreement and memorandum of understanding, and the Rutherford County, Tennessee CPIT Investigative Protocol Agreement. And this is just basically an interagency agreement for the police chief to sign. They use it to identify, investigate, prosecute, and treat cases of child abuse, child sexual abuse, neglect, and drug-endangered children. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to J, approve paving improvements to the front parking lot at Veterans Memorial Park. And this is, just as it sounds, for paving improvements for the front of Veterans Park. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to K, approve agreement with the Tennessee Department of Health. This is our annual agreement with them, and this is a $4,000 agreement with the health department, and this is part of the budget. Does anyone have any questions? Then we have L, approve strategic planning retreat to be held March 8th through the 10th of this year. This is where we have, basically over the years as a city, we've changed, and instead of having any type of strategic planning, it's turned into basically it's a pre-budget workshop where the departments talk to the board about who they are and their staff and what they've done before we get to the budget. And it's not really strategic and trying to come up with a plan for the next 3, 5, 10 years for the future. So that's what this is for us to have a strategic planning retreat, and it will do that, set goals for the next 5 to 10 years, and how we actually get to those goals. Because you can set them, but if you don't have a plan to actually get there, those goals are useless. And so the total cost of this is $12,000, and this is open to the public. This is trying to think if there's anything else with this. There's the overall goal of this is to set a city a pathway forward for everyone, and so we want to make it better for all of our citizens, which is the ultimate goal. Any questions on this? Okay, moving on to M, approve contract for repairs at the front concession stand at Veterans Memorial Park. During the December freeze, one of the, or a few of the pipes busted in the bathrooms there, causing some significant damage. We've worked with our insurance company, and we are looking to approve a contract to go ahead and get those repairs done so that whenever fall starts, that whole area is ready to go. The total cost we're looking at is estimated to be $24,031, and insurance should reimburse the city for this minus our regular deductible, just like any insurance. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to N, approve additional street paving for fiscal year 2022-2023. In July, we went ahead and approved paving LaVergne Lane, David's Way, Lake Road, Murray Lane, and Mason Road at the time. Staff recommended that Holland Ridge and Bill Stewart be brought back at a later date to determine if they could be added to the paving list with a budget amendment. That's what this does, is this adds them onto that, and then we'll have a budget amendment for that. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to new business. First reading ordinance 2023-02, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 28 parcels 10 and 11 consisting of approximately 4.3 acres located at 237 and 245 Cheney Boulevard from a agricultural zoning district to an R3 high-density residential zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation at the Planning Commission on December 27, 2022. A public hearing will be held Tuesday evening at 6:30 on this item. And this is, per the applicant, this would be for approximately 50 townhomes for this property. They haven't gone through site plan because they've got to get the zoning first before they can submit the site plan. But there is a mixture of zones in the area. You've got agricultural, you've got low density, medium density, and high density all in this area. The property that borders the sites on the south is medium density, and to the north is high density. There is a larger agricultural parcel on the opposite side of Cheney as well. Does anyone have any questions about this?
I just want to clarify the date. On this, it says Tuesday, February 1st.
It should be the 7th. Yeah, I was looking at the
Okay.
wrong calendar. I was looking at last year's calendar.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify the date on it. When I read it last night, I was like,
Public hearing is Tuesday, February 7th.
Okay, thank you, Bruce.
And then just to be clear, is this is the same zoning property? This was brought before the planning commission once before in May of 2022, correct? With an unfavorable recommendation?
It has
It's the
come,
same
it has come
applicant?
before with an unfavorable recommendation. I don't remember the exact date, though.
Okay,
But I do know it came through with an unfavorable recommendation at that time.
thank you.
Any other questions?
You happen to know if there was a particular reason why they withdrew their application after that? Before it came before BOMA?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Any other questions? Okay, first reading ordinance 2023-03, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for a portion of tax map 18K Group A, Parcel 6, consisting of approximately 13.63 acres located near Wheeler Street and Jefferson Pike from an I-1 light industrial zoning district to an I-2 heavy industrial zoning district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on December 27th, 2022. Public hearing will be held on Tuesday evening for this. You will note in your packet the applicant has requested for a 30-day deferral. They are wanting to address some of the concerns that came out of Planning Commission, as well as some concerns from neighbors. Does anyone have any questions on this? First reading ordinance 2023-04, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 State Street Aid Fund budget. And this is tied to the consent agenda that will allow the Holland Ridge Drive and Bill Stewart Boulevard paving. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have first reading ordinance 2023-05, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. And this is as far as addressing, again, the strategic planning retreat from the consent agenda. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to 9, Resolution 2023-03, a resolution to adopt a social media policy for the City of LaVergne. And Public Relations Department, along with the City Administrator and Legal Counsel, have prepared a social media policy to provide better guidance for all of our social media communications, both internal, external, and it will involve some training of staff for anyone who is on our social media accounts. But it basically documents what we can and can't do as far as what's appropriate while taking into consideration the First Amendment. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to Resolution 2023-04, a resolution to amend the city's employee policy regarding the deputy police chief. And all this is doing is just reversing the resolution that the board adopted back in May regarding who the deputy chief reports to. That's all. Does anyone have any questions? And number 11, motion to approve a real estate purchase and sale agreement with Noon Real Estate, LLC, to purchase the stormwater building located at 5175 Murfreesboro Road. This one's not quite ready yet. We don't have from the Noon Group the purchase agreement, lease back, affidavit information yet. If we don't have that by Tuesday, this will be pulled from the agenda. Moving on to 12, motion to authorize the city to obtain an appraisal for the easement from Piedmont Gas. Evan, I'm going to let you take this one because I know we've all kind of gone back and forth with this.
Just to alert the board, Piedmont Gas, and Bruce may have to correct me on the dates on this, they basically occupied and took over city property without any right or permission to do that, no easement or anything else, and to, I guess, repair one of their gas lines. And one of the representatives from Piedmont approached Bruce with a right of entry agreement for the city to sign without any compensation at all. They just tried to get the city to sign off on it. We looked into it and realized that they didn't have any right of permission to be on the property. And so I reached out to the Piedmont rep and said, you guys have been trespassing on our property. You didn't have any right to be here. If you want access to it, you're going to have to compensate the city for it. The next thing we get, I think, is I don't know if that's in the packet or not, is the proposed easement.
It is.
Glenn, if you could scroll down. So the next thing we know, I told Piedmont, I said, we'll have to get a appraiser to come out to find out what the value is of what you took for that period of time so that the city can be fairly compensated for that. What they have sent us instead, Glenn, if you can scroll back up, back to the, yeah. They sent us a permanent easement, proposed easement, if you can go to the top, that has a price of, if I can see that, $17,462 for a permanent easement. That's if the city elected to sell them an easement to be able to do this again in the future, which is not what we requested. I asked Piedmont where that number came from. I don't even remember what the answer was. I think they just made it up. I'm not sure exactly where it came from. So the bottom line is, I wanted y'all to be aware that Piedmont has offered to buy an easement at that location for that amount of money. My suggestion is that we retain a real estate appraiser and find out what the value of the property is and then make an informed decision about how to deal with it going forward.
Absolutely. And I think they said they just came up with that number. There was really no rhyme or reason to it.
Right. I think that's right. Yeah.
But this would authorize the city to go ahead and start that process to have an appraisal done. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, moving on to board and committee members. We have one term vacant on the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. Currently, we don't have any applicants. That is being advertised on our social media networks and on Channel 3, if anyone would like to apply. Next, we have the Board of Zoning Appeals. We've got one term that expired at the end of January. That is Terrence Smith's, and he would like to remain on there. We do not have any other applicants. Next, we have the Construction Board of Adjustment and Appeals. We've got two terms that expired at the end of January, and one of those two would like to remain on the board. So that other opening is being advertised on Channel 3 and on social media. Next, we have the Economic Development Advisory Committee. We've got one term vacant. We have two applicants for that. Looks like Charles Frazier and Graham Coates. Then we also, moving on to the Greenway Advisory Committee, we've got one term that has expired, or I'm sorry, that's not expired, but that resigned. And we've got one applicant at this point. Next, we have the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee, and we've got one term that expired at the end of December. Or no, he resigned, I'm sorry. So that is being advertised at this point. We have not received any applicants for it. Moving on to the Library Board, we have two terms that are vacant, and we have 4 applicants at this point. Then we've got the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 2 terms that are vacant. We currently do not have anyone who's applied for that. And so that is being advertised on Channel 3 and to through our social media networks. Last item, we've got discussion, the zoning ordinance adoption process. Back in December of last year, the Planning Commission sent a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for the adoption of the new zoning ordinance and the associated zoning map. So what this board needs to discuss is the number of public meetings that we want to hold to give our residents ample opportunities to review the proposed zoning ordinance and the map. At a minimum, we already plan to have 2 public hearings in front of the board prior to the first and second readings of the ordinance. And then what I publicly discussed, staff has recommended that we set aside a minimum of 1 full week of public meetings and have those in 2-hour blocks at the LaVergne Public Library where citizens can review the proposed map and the zoning ordinance. Planning staff would be on hand to answer any questions as well as explain any changes. They'll also record any comments from the public in favor or against specific changes that are being proposed. And then all of those comments will be presented to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for consideration. Staff also is recommending that we do 1 meeting specific to the developers, builders, and engineering firms so they can review the changes that might affect any planned future developments, and of course any comments from that would be brought to the board as well. We would also set up a new page on the city website that will have links to the proposed zoning ordinance and to the map. The details of the public meetings will be on that page, and then if someone has a comment regarding the zoning ordinance or map, they can go to a form and submit those online. Our public relations department will send out notices via social media, our website, to make everyone aware of the process. I would think we would also utilize the news alert email that people can sign up on as well. And then, of course, this will also be advertised on Channel 3. So that's kind of the minimum level. So open this up for discussion as far as what else this board is interested in seeing.
The real issue I have with the city rezoning people's land is, we're in the past we have rezoned property, and a lot of people wasn't aware of it, and then when they come in, somebody develop beside it, then they'll be aware of it. I just really ain't comfortable about rezoning the city, rezoning land, people's land without their personal approval. City's done it over the past, and it's just caused a lot of confusion. That's my intake on it.
Okay. So any thoughts on what we've discussed as far as the actual public meeting portion, though?
Well, the public meeting is good, but a lot of people are not aware of it, and even in the ones we had in the past, a lot of people didn't show up. If it's not pressing, people take for granted, if their property's owned one way, unless they go have it changed, it stays the same. But it's not. The city can go in and change it, and it's caused some confusion over the years. And I know we had some talk over on Blair Road, and in some other places in LaVergne. People's property was zoned, and they lived there for 50 years, and they wasn't aware that the zoning had been changed. Or their kids inherit the property, and they think it's zoned one way and it's not zoned the other. I think it needs to be something done where if a person is living there. And the property's owned, they ought to have some kind of ways to do something about it.
Okay. Any other comments on the adoption process?
Yeah, I agree with Alderman Waldron about notifying people if their property is up for rezoning. I think one way to do that would be to perhaps send them a certified letter via mail so that they know that their property is up for rezoning, along with those meeting dates, so they can come attend, they can express their concerns about the rezoning, should they have any. But I think that, social media, advertising on TV, I don't think that's enough. I think we need to literally reach out to those individuals. via certified mail, make sure that we know that they've got something in hand that says, we're planning to rezone your property. If you have a concern, here's where to be to voice those concerns. So the second thing that I made a note of here is just the city webpage with the maps, just a timeline before the actual meetings, so people have time to review that, think of any thoughts, concerns, talk to their family members about how they feel about it. That way they have time to bring that information to us.
Okay. Anything else?
And adding to that, you know, a lot of people gets the property rezoned, and the zoning don't stay with the applicant, it stays with the property. Even if the property is sold or switched hand, the zoning stays with the property. And, you know, I found out over the last 10 to 15 years, people who's thought their property was zoned one way and they was gonna build on, like, add a room or add a section or a carport or something, and the zone was changed, and their building envelope, they couldn't build addition on their house or maybe a carport or garage because it overstepped the boundaries. And they said, well, when we bought the house, it was R1 or R2, and it was changed something else. And I think, you know, that's something that needs to be addressed. You know, it just so much stuff goes on in days' life. It's hard for the average person that don't come down here every week or every month, you know, to keep up with stuff. You kind of think if you buy a cow and you sell the cow next week, it's going to be a cow. It's not going to be a bull. You know, kind of something like that.
Okay. Any other suggestions for the adoption process? Okay, moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
I want everybody to, this weather's funny, check on the elderly. Make sure your pets have fresh water and shelter. And this crazy weather, I want to urge everybody to check the vehicles. You know, check your battery, your tires, your brakes, your wiper blades. And it's always a good rule of thumb to keep a tank of gas full in your car, because if electricity goes out in your house, if push comes to shove, you can go out in the car and get warm. But if your car is empty, you ain't got a leg to stand on. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, I don't have anything for this evening, thank you.
Okay. Alderman Haas.
I'd just like to remind everyone that the LaVergne baseball, softball signups are online, and get your kids out there, t-ball up through baseball, softball, and also they are accepting donations for sponsorships, and that is online also, and there have been several posts on Facebook about it. So let's get the kids out there and have a great spring baseball, softball season. Thank you.
Well, I want to remind everyone about the Under the Sea Father-Daughter Dance this Saturday at the Multipurpose Building from 2 to 4 p.m. Admission is free. Should be lots of fun, and it's regardless of whether it's daddy-daughter, grandparents, mother, daughter. Bring the kids out. Let's have a good time. You don't have to be just here, living here in LaVergne, to come and enjoy that. Want to thank everybody for coming out. We had a very nice celebration of Miss Phyllis Rogers, who, after years, has decided to retire to sunny Florida. And so I think it was a good time.
I only wish.
But so thank you for your service to the city and to the citizens over the years.
Thank you.
With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
Bye.